Amitabh Nag, CEO, Bhashni. Ms. Shalini Kapoor, Director, Asia Pacific and Chief Technologist, AWS. Dr. Mohit Sevak, AI Researcher and Developer Relation Manager in NVIDIA. Dr. Kalika Bali, Principal Researcher, Microsoft. Professor Ganesh Ramakrishnan, IIT Mumbai. Dr. Pratyush Kumar, Co-founder, Sarvam AI. Welcome you all for the session. I would request all the panelists to please come in front for a photograph. Thank you. And now to guide us through the excited and insightful session, I'm pleased to hand over the proceeding to Mr. Amitabh Nag. Mr. Nag is in his role as the CEO of Digital India Bhashni Division and Director of Digital India Corporation, holds the responsibility of spearheading the implementation of National Language Translation Mission, aims at breaking language barriers. Mr. Nag, please take over. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Very good morning. Right. It's my pleasure to welcome you all in this inaugural panel discussion about India AI large language models in the Global India AI Summit 2024. So as you know, India AI mission has got 7 pillars, and those will be up in the screen in a while. Those 7 pillars are basically related to the compute infrastructure, foundation models, data sets, because otherwise the foundation models will not, be built up. Application development, which is basically all about use cases. Future skills, building skills around, the AI and ML technologies. And also encouraging the startups to build applications to work on this particular thing, either in the foundation model space or in the application or the use case space. And all these needs to be safe and trustworthy. So those are the 7 pillars which you see, which we are talking about. And specifically when we are looking at the, foundation models, we are talking about the India Innovation Center, which is the core of the foundation model, which is actually has the objective of contextualizing and building India, India-centric or India-unique AI models. It is also looking at building talent around it, unique AI talent, which can actually build this or take this forward in terms of Indian context. The idea of the entire thing is to make AI in India and make AI for India. So it's basically looking at a unique plethora of models, use cases, and related research and related development activities which are going to be there. The foundation models will require large resource and, there will be certain priority sectors in which we would like the AI to actually benefit people. This is in line with our DPI principles where we have used internet and technology to benefit the end users rather than, looking at it for advertisement or any other, information display play. It has to benefit the last mile. And obviously, we are also looking at democratizing the data which is there in the government by anonymizing it and, annotating and labeling it. So that's another area because data is the oil for, the AI setup. Now, this AI revolution which is going to come is perhaps in its instance, one of the major revolution after the industrial revolution, and a lot of things would change. And the India AI program is in its 7 pillars, is exactly designed to address all of it. It covers holistically, as we said, and as Honorable Minister also mentioned in the morning, covering the base thing that is compute, data sets, foundation model, skills, applications or use cases, spurring the startups to build new applications, and also to actually look at the rest of the activities with respect to safe and trusted setup here. So with this objective and what Innovation Center is supposed to do in terms of building contextualized foundation models, retaining top AI talent, ensuring that you have high resources which are there and the application and the use cases for the priority sectors, and hence also having the data sets which are democratized. We are looking at a next revolution where India will be stepping ahead in terms of what needs to be done and how it can be done. So the session which we are right now having here, and that is where we will get into, is looking at 4 major, objectives. One objective is to take the global perspective, what is happening in this space of large language models, the multimodal perspective, the way, the accuracy or hallucination or whatever things we look at, the challenges part of it and the potential part of it as far as that is concerned. That's taking the global perspective. Looking at how do we develop the large language models in the linguistic and cultural diversity which we have. India has 22 languages plus, means there are about 100 languages which are spoken by 100,000 plus people. There are different cultural requirements which are there. Are these large language models will be in a position to build that up? Then, of course, we did talk about the challenges since morning. It's about ethical and bias associated with the large language models. How can we make it bias-free? How can we ensure that, it is having, though the cultural ethos, but it is bias-free? And then looking at how do we collaborate with the opportunities which exist with academia, industry, startups, all these different entities which have, and each one of them will be touched by this revolution which is coming from the artificial intelligence. So at the first instance, to look at what global perspective is, you heard Srinivas in the morning. I would invite him for the keynote on this to tell us what is the global perspective as well as what can be the Indian context to it. Srinivas, please.
Thank you. Yeah, again, it's a great honor to be here. I will say a little bit about sort of where we are with LLMs and some of the unique context around India. I think it's an incredible time to be working in this field. I started my journey in AI in the 90s, as I mentioned earlier in my talk, and I never expected that I'd be here 30 years later and in the middle of probably the most important technological revolution of our times. And so it's just an amazing opportunity, and of course we have to steer this in a safe and responsible way. I'll talk about that in a second. Our mission at OpenAI is to build AGI that is safe and make it beneficial for all of humanity. And when we launched ChatGPT about 1.5 years ago, we honestly didn't expect it to be this successful. We thought it would be a low-key research preview, but it has just really taken the world by storm, and we see an incredible amount of usage by all sorts of communities all over the world. People are using it to write code. People are using it to write different documents and emails. People are using it for analyzing data. And then the variety in use case has been really spectacular. So I think for the first time, we are seeing truly generalized intelligent models that are able to reason in context and do things on our behalf that are making us really productive. I think that's just an exciting opportunity overall. And there are many studies that we have done that shows that the improvement in productivities is very significant. Like in many areas, it's on the order of 40%, 50% productivity. And when you think about that, when every job can be made more productive, I think this is probably going to drive a huge amount of economic progress in all sorts of areas. I think the other exciting possibility here is that this has created a completely new interface to computing, right? It's a more natural way to engage with technology that is conversational, whether it's through language or through speech. And when you have a natural interface to interact with technology, I think you are making it a lot more accessible. So a lot more people can interface with it and use it to get things done. And I think for the truly first time, ability to interface with technology in a natural way is happening, and that's, I think, also really, really exciting. The other big shift and trend I will probably talk about a little bit is that we have ChatGPT as a product, but we also have developer APIs. And in both these things, one really interesting trend we are seeing is that the current technology is allowing us to answer questions, right? So you ask ChatGPT or any of these AI models any question you have, and you're getting answers back as opposed to just search queries and results. And that's exciting because getting succinct answers is useful. But we're going to see a shift also from answering questions to taking actions. And we're seeing in the very early stages of that. Some of our models are good at calling functions, and people are using it in very, very creative ways to be able to call functions on your behalf. We have examples of companies using it to generate posters on demand. We have examples of functions using it for customer service, where you're able to understand what your customers want and be able to query what the status of their order is, automatically maybe do refunds, etc. And so the ability to take actions is also something that's exciting, and I think we're going to see a lot of progress towards that in the future. Couple of things specific to the India context. I mean, language is obviously very top of mind for us. Cost is very top of mind for us. So these are two pieces of feedback we've received from the community over the last year. And GPT-4o was primarily done to address a lot of this feedback, right? We made the price of using AI a lot cheaper than in the past. And that has just, again, opened up access to a lot of people. We are able to serve our best quality models in our free tier, so a lot more people in the world are able to experience the leading edge AI, which has been really exciting. And also for developers, it has really brought down the cost of building new applications, and that's been, I think, it's going to create a lot more opportunities for innovation across of lots of different developers as well. And languages, I think, is obviously very important in an Indian context. We have so many different languages. So GPT-4o was, again, it improved the performance on Indic languages by quite a bit. Again, that's because of the effort we put in to improve the data sets. We also improved the tokenizer so that in many Indian languages, we are using about 3 times fewer tokens in GPT, the latest model GPT-4o compared to before. Okay? That's also an additional savings in cost. And these are things that are really driven by feedback from the Indian community. And how we think about data is obviously going to be important for us going forward as well, and we're super committed to doing that. And I think we want to improve our models for the use cases that we care about for India. I think we touched upon safety. I'll talk about that briefly as well. Safety is really important. It's a really important part of our mission, and we think about safety in every step of the process. So right from how we curate data sets for pre-training, how we use red teaming, and how we shape the reward functions for aligning AI systems. And we also do robust monitoring of our AI products when we deploy them in the real world to make sure that these are being deployed in a safe way. And of course, this is going to be a theme that we're going to continue to work on as we have future systems. We really think about safety from the first principles. And we also have a preparedness framework that thinks about frontier model risk and how do we want to think about them and evaluate future models from these risk perspective. And that's something we do on an ongoing basis and every day, and it's deeply embedded into our ethos. And I think that's really critical as we shape the future of this technology. So I think, again, this is an incredible opportunity. It's the most important technological evolution of our times. And I think it's amazing to see the creative energy in India. I interact with lots of developers, and their ambition is amazing, and it's very inspiring to see people taking on really, really hard challenges, right from education to healthcare to agriculture and innovation in software engineering. And I think the opportunities are enormous, and it's amazing to work with all of these folks. And we're here to help India and the India AI mission. And one of the things we are excited to do is to also further the application development initiative of the India AI mission, We are here to help in whatever way, whether it's providing access to models, whether it's helping shape the thinking there. And I think that's going to be exciting to see AI being put to use for all these really important societal scale challenges. Providing expertise at scale is one of the hardest things that we grapple with as a society, right? We have people who need more, we need more doctors, we need more lawyers, we need more teachers. And I think AI can help us with all of these things and help us do our jobs better with helping humans be more productive. And I think that'll help us scale the expertise as well. And we are really committed to helping India and scaling the benefits of AI for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Narayan, for the insightful keynote covering various aspects related to AI. I would request Mr. Nag to please felicitate the keynote speaker. Thank you. Sir, it's over to you now.
Thank you very much, Shubhi. And just to kickstart the panel discussion now, let me come to you. Sure, thank you. Sure, thank you. Pratyush, I'll come to you first. You have been part of AI for Bharat, and your association with Bhashini is cherished. A lot of things which you have done in open source, which actually takes this thing. So tell us something about what could be the best practice of leveraging open source to build this, foundation models or the large language models which we are talking about. And how can we talked about scale, will it scale, how will it scale, and all those questions which are there. So over to you.
Thanks for inviting me here. Firstly, we should recognize that this is a very new technology. It's just a few years old, and there's a very, very long evolution that we are on for the technology to get better and become more useful, right? The first thing to do is to be very optimistic about the value that will be created with this technology. Already, like Srinivas said, many things are being done and much more could be done. So it becomes very important for us as a country also to think about how to ensure that this is available as readily, as easily for people to use, modify, and build on top of. And that's where open source as a movement in computing has been very strong. And kudos to the government of India. I think the Bhashini project has been a big success in demonstrating how to do open source Indian language AI at scale, right? I don't know how many of you are aware of it, but if you go to the website, you will actually get data sets, models, ideas of applications, etc., for a range of tasks, whether it is translation, speech recognition across languages. We have also played a small part as part of AI for Bharat, which is a center at IIT Madras. But large language models, they sort of like up the game a bit in terms of the need for compute, the need for data, and also the need for expertise to build it, right? So all of these axes have gone up. So it's very important, therefore, to also repeat that with this new technology, have all the resources that we need, whether it is the large data sets in terms of training this text and even multimodal models, have sufficient compute, because this is very compute hungry. All of you know about, I think we'll hear from you also about the NVIDIA GPUs. This is really very compute hungry, and in a scale that is very different from what academia and research has seen in the past, right? And the third thing is expertise, right? I think with every passing week, more people know how to build these models, but it has actually been a small set of people who have built the technology, right? So being able to open source, not just the resources in terms of data, but also the tooling around building these models, open source the ideas of how these models are built end to end, right? There are lots of little bit secret sauces here and there that get sprinkled to get the models to do well. And also open source the machinery to use this tool to build applications, right? Not everybody builds an operating system, even though operating systems are open source, but a lot of people leverage what an operating system provides to build applications of various kinds, right? So being able to build applications on top, which is not just about the single model, but the sort of the orchestration around it, and also being able to fine-tune these models for tasks, right? So my sense, Amitabh, would be that we need to have a similar movement to create all these artifacts in the complete open source with very permissive license, whether it is text data, whether it is image data, audio data, etc. Have the compute to make a few large bets in terms of building these models, and then sort of open source the whole end-to-end experience of it. Of course, this has to be representative of the culture, representative of our language, and so on. I would also like to just end with one comment. The cost of doing something like this is rapidly decreasing, right? From 2 points of view. One is compute is becoming increasingly efficient, right? And secondly, even the way we think about data is changing. You can get access to lots of data in interesting ways, which can be used to kickstart something like this at scale, right? Yeah, I would just start with that. Yeah.
Thank you, Pratyush. Taking cue from that, Shalini, I would like to come to you, as Chief Technology Officer of AWS and a person who would have seen such large language model across many countries. There is a problem of data which consistently and continuously come up, and we actually talk about data scarcity rather than data availability. How do you think this challenge can be taken up and, and we can, come to a situation where we have enough data to train the model, enough perhaps will be an overstatement, but sufficient data to train the model and get the desired result on it?
Sure. So I think I would like to focus on the fact that, while we are sourcing data and creating LLMs, what is going to be the success criteria of an LLM? The success metrics is going to be the usage as to how we use the LLM. First of all, there is not going to be any single LLM which will rule the world. I mean, there are a lot of stats which come out. Today this LLM is better, tomorrow that is better. There is going to be multitude of LLMs for specific domain, for specific region, for specific needs that every citizen in that part of the world will have. And I'll share some experiences across the globe. Like we have worked in Sea Lion. Sea Lion is Southeast Asian languages, and how we are sourcing, different languages with Thailand, Indonesia, Singapore, and things are so different. Like if you say lol in English, right? It is laugh out loud. But in Thailand, you actually use a term 55555, which means laugh, right? So it's a very specific to a particular language. And then we also have experience in India. We are working with Ola Kitrim, where it's about Indian languages. It's about how Indian languages talk about lol or for any other specific thing that we might have. And then also we worked in Falcon. Falcon is used in Middle East, and it's a very highly trained model catering to that area. And what we have seen across all these examples is that one, setting up the data pipeline, sourcing the right data, that is definitely very relevant. But what is important is that, while you're creating the model, you have looked at various parameters of the data so that it's not biased. It is not biased towards a certain specific, gender or race or religion. So the bias mitigation part of it, and also how easy it is to use the APIs and make it available in usage. For example, if we see today UPI, each one of us is using because it's simple, because it's available, APIs are available and easily accessible. So the usage of a model is going to define the data as well, and that is going to pump up the data creation, the data feeding into it with bias mitigation, and that's going to make a complete model. And some of the other examples are in healthcare, in education, and agriculture. And I'll take an example of work that we are doing in Agri, which is a micro LLM, which is we are creating. Now, micro LLM for climate predictions or, climate for various crops to a farmer is so important. But a farmer doesn't talk in English. The farmer listens or wants to understand information across, it could be Telangana, it could be Karnataka, it could be spread across the country. But a lot of climate prediction and climate satellite systems are in English, right? I mean, that's how the source of, that's where the data is lying. So, we worked with Cropin, who's our partner, and they took English. They actually took English first and they said, let's solve the problem because it's a domain, it's language and domain, which we have to solve, but they fully recognize the fact that it has to be solved, the interactions have to be in various languages. It could be Malayalam, Hindi, etc. So how do you marry the domain of an agriculture to a language where there would be various nuances and various dialects which would be available? Now that is a complex problem, and there you have to have data which is agriculture, which could be in English fed from behind, but actually you are conversing in a different language. And a similar thing in healthcare, right? If you look at the data, a doctor writes a prescription. So doctor might write in combination of English and Tamil, right? So the patient might say, I have jwar. Jwar is fever. Now, that is used in various languages. Jwar as a word is used in various languages. But now you have to marry healthcare, you have to marry the fact that the medicine is, and it's a domain-centric information which is available, which is about medicine, about disease or condition that a patient is talking about. The data could be audio, and the data could be even video or textual. So there is, that's a complexity again. So how to create a model which understands domain, which solves a problem for language. So there would be again, I'm saying there will be no single model which might solve the problem. You might need multitude of models to solve a problem so that the usage increases. So to increase the usage, to take it to citizens at scale in an environment where everybody is using it for some medical condition, or everybody is using for a disease prediction on a particular crop kind, you need the domain as well as the language solutions and the data which is present in both the things, but you are able to create the pipelines and solve it for the usage. So, I'm just trying to paint the picture as to, how we need to all solve it together.
Thank you, Shalini. And few important things which is there that which she talked about. One was use case centricity when you are doing data collection. You can't if you're doing data collection, you need to know what it would be used for. So that is a very important aspect. And, look at it. The second thing which she talked about, which is there about, marrying language with domain. And you might find data in a different language, and the user or the beneficiary might be absolutely using different language, and that too multimodally. It can be text, voice, etc., etc. And hence, multiple models need to be used in that context. Now, taking this context, Professor Ganesh, I'll come to you. IIT Bombay has, now moved on to create what could be the Bharat GPT. There are different strategies which people talked about. You could create a large language model in a specific language. Each of the languages, or you can create in one language and use translation models. How could all the stakeholders collaborate in this particular area to make this? What has been your experience, although it's initial days, but how are you going about it?
Thanks, Amitabh. I think the key word here with Bharat GPT is public-private partnership. And I'm going to emphasize the role that the public and the private play. I'm very grateful to the Department of Science and Technology, the NMI CPS program, Dr. Ekta Kapoor is here, who have actually enabled this in the first place. And this is a consortium consisting of several academic institutions. IIT Bombay, we are the leading, but we also have IIT Hyderabad, IIIT Hyderabad, IIT Kanpur, IIT Madras, IIT Mandi. We also have a management institute, IIM Indore, and then Bhashini. So this, in some sense, is a large consortium. Additionally, we have the entire thing pivoted through a Section 8 company, the Technology Innovation Hub at IIT Bombay, which also makes it possible for us to run multiple programs and capacity building. That point was actually emphasized a couple of times, and Pratyush also talked about it. The Secretary Mighty, in fact, made a very emphatic point about India actually being there, top up there in skill development. But we really need a lot more skilled people. So the Bharat GPT program, one, bringing consortia together, creating a consortia, bringing academia together, so that the open source culture, the substratum of all of this, actually can be facilitated from the word go through proper permissive licenses, as Pratyush also pointed out. I would also like to emphasize here that the focus need not be only on data. There has to be also sufficient focus on innovating on the algorithmic front. And I'm going to give, taking cue from Shalini, right, take some examples of how we've actually found innovation in the algorithm front very complementary to dealing with resource-constrained settings. For example, sparse data. Now, Amitabh alluded to this. He said the amount of data we would have across Indian languages would still be limited today. Whether it's sufficient, well, algorithms can also determine that. So how about exploiting the lexico-syntactic similarity across Indian languages, the phonological similarity across Indian languages? Srinivas also talked about how the number of tokens that got reduced to 1/3 by leveraging. Now, a lot more can be done there, and that's where, through this academic industrial collaboration, we get the bandwidth to do this deep thinking. And thankfully, we have made significant progress. And it's not just the Bharat GPT work itself. We've also been very thankfully leveraging all the previous collaborations. With Amazon, for example, we had a very successful project where we were able to adapt to speakers or accents of languages which have very less representation. How do you adapt to Manipuri accented English? Right? And you can do that because if you have targeted selection, if you know algorithmically that there are a bunch of other accents that come close to Manipuri, Assamese, Bengali, we're able to quickly learn. So in addition to publications, we also have put out an open source platform, decile.org, decile.org, like percentile, you have decile. And there are very important components there implemented all through C++ and with very good documentation, which enable you to do what we call subset selection, identify a subset of the data that's as good or representative and diverse so that we minimize chances of bias, bring in targeted scenarios, I can do targeted subset selection, bring in the ability to do data programming where you have the human designed rules of logic coexist with the deep models, including large language models. And the interesting thing is there are actually many products that have come out even before Bharat GPT based on the decile.org platform. And that's where the vertical, right? It's important for the academia to be engaged with the industry. That's where the vertical comes in. Amitabh rightly pointed out the kind of data we are seeking should be determined by the applications. So just based on my own experiences in the past working with Bhashini, and thankfully we've been very grateful to have several associations with Bhashini in text and speech domain and optical character recognition domain. For example, we had this project called udanproject.org, which predated Bhashini. And the need there was being able to digitize and translate, make textbooks available in Indian languages. Now, even you're translating a textbook in mechanics in Indian languages, you actually need to make sure that the translations respect the terminology of the domain. Now, are you going to train domain-specific translation models for each language, for each domain? It's simply not possible. Well, we were able to do that through constrained dictionaries, ingest dictionaries as constraints on the fly, right? And that became very successful. In fact, there are large number of adapters of the Udan project. It's all open source. The models that we built out are all part of Bhashini, the Ulka framework. And what is important is that gives control. I really like the minister's topic, human centricity and inclusive AI, right? He brought in this phrase. So how can the translator feel in control of the output that is generated and being able to meddle with the output in a way that the model learns? So thankfully, the Udan project actually got adapted. There's a company that has come out, and this company is now engaging with very vertical application, very domain-specific applications, for example, with ICICI Lombard, the company is called BBS Tech. And it has actually brought in this programming, data programming in production environments. And the keyword Srinivas used was taking action, right? Actually being able to take action in a very, very specific domain by giving control in the hands of the human. We say data is less, but the problem is in such domains, the data is even less. In business-centric environments, the data is even less. And you're not supposed to have access to the data. How do you distill out the human information, be able to encode them in the form of programs? So this is some of the experiences we had. And I think it's very important to emphasize industry, academia must collaborate to make AI actually usable and inclusive for India.
Thank you, Ganesh. And I think very important points which were made across with some examples and the interactions which is there. So, taking cue from all of this, Kalika, I'll come to you, as one of the ground, researcher who has been working on ground for such a long time, a lot of experience. What we would like to know is that, and of course the experience from Microsoft also helps you a lot, is how could this large language model actually accurately represent the cultural nuances and traditions? How does this happen? Or is it at all possible? Because the underlying language which we are using most of the time is English. Will it ever be representing the culture and ethos of the different languages which are there?
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. And I would include things like bias and harm as part of this whole cultural discussion. Right now, I would think of these very large language models with respect to specific cultures as having an outsider's view of the culture. So it's not as if they do not know, you can't go and say that these large language models know nothing about Indian culture, because the minute you say something like you're working on culture alignment, people will say, oh, but I did this and I prompted it for this and I got, I asked it to create a picture of a goddess, Indian goddess, and it created such a beautiful picture. Now, I would like to ask everyone here that, is it the case that the minute you say Indian goddess, are like multiple hands the first thing that come into your mind? Probably not. But from an outsider's view of Indian culture, the thing that probably strikes them the most is the multiple hands of Indian gods and goddesses, right? So when we are talking about cultural alignment, we have to have an insider's view of what the culture is. What is the culture that we are representing, right? And similarly, it relates to the harm or the bias that we might have. I personally do not think that we can ever have a bias-free system. We can only hope to mitigate the bias as far as possible. And it becomes really complicated when we have a plethora of languages and cultural representations, because think about it. We have a language which will represent every object with either a feminine or a masculine gender, right? Then we have a language which will have no gender at all, right? And then we will have a language which will have gender in the pronouns but not in the verbs. Look, so there is so much complexity in the way even the something as simple as gender is encoded in the various languages of India, that when we are talking about the data collection, we have to be sensitive to that. We have to also be sensitive to the distribution of the data that we are collecting. Is the distribution aligned with what we seek to represent? And therein lies, like the, Pratyush talked about, it's not just data, there's also like some secret sauces all over the place. And, maybe data is one thing, and we are getting very good at, thanks to all the efforts by the government and various organizations associated with this, we're getting very good at the data part of it. But maybe we need to understand better what these secret sauces might be, to appropriately use the data to be more culturally aligned, to have more biases identified. And can I also say one thing about the bias part of it? there is no definition, there's no agreed upon framework for what bias is in our context, right? And I was just talking to someone just outside this hall, and I was saying that, I hope that if I say that a woman cannot go into a career and attain professional success, if I make a statement like this here in this room, most people will call it biased statements. At least I hope everyone will call it a biased statement. But, you just have to step out and, go a little kilometers down the road, and you will find that there are many women who will also agree to this. So, how do we take such a fuzzy concept as, say, discrimination, bias, and culture, and actually extract structural and, metric-oriented framework of how we define this, how we identify us, and then how do we mitigate it. And I think that requires everybody coming together to make it happen.
Thank you, Kalika. Yeah, it's a complex subject, but I think you alluded to it quite well. And of course, there are perspectives and there will be perspectives which will be there. And each one of them will have its own logic as it's been happening. Mohit, now coming to you, you have been the people who have actually, as NVIDIA, propelled this revolution, so as to say, because unless the hardware was there, it wouldn't have been possible today. So putting across the question back to you in terms of, what could be the innovative approaches and technologies which can address the challenge of building the foundation model? You might have solved a few, but what could be a few more which you can, give examples to this particular gathering?
As I rightly said earlier, India has around 23 official languages. But the Bharat that I am proud to represent speaks around 10,500 unique dialects across 123 unique languages. The largest model that I am aware of can deal with even 100 of languages, has a tokenizer vocabulary size of 254,000. The most popular large language model, GPT, that we talk about, even in its latest avatar, supports only 1 lakh tokenizer vocabulary limit. Any model that is required to deal with such a complexity of languages, or these number of languages, need to the bare minimum just for the spoken languages that humans speak, at least this size of a tokenizer vocabulary limit of 254,000. If you add to it the bread and butter of Indian service sector, which is the IT, the coding languages that we talk, we speak, we write, that takes us to more than around 180 languages. Moreover, my Bharat is not as comfortable in writing languages. It is more comfortable communicating through spoken languages. My Bharat speaks more comfortably than it could write. Which means now I'm not talking in the realm of the text of large language models, but I'm talking about in the realm of large communication models. Or to be more precise, large multimodal models. Just to excite your right hemisphere more, let me give you some more numbers around it. So the model that I talked about has around 254,000 vocabulary size in its tokenizer. Also is as large as around 540 billion parameters. But that model is not very popular. Because in the state of the art, if you want a model to do multiple things, and do complex things, complex reasoning, complex language translations, you require something called as a mixture of models, which is 7 to 8 models of the same size working together. So the GPT, as we know as together now, is actually 8 different models, each of size 220 billion parameters. If we are talking about a model which can understand the range of our languages, that will be around 540 billion parameter each. If we want it to do the type of tasks that we are used to with GPT and other things, we have to get 8 models of that particular size. Even at a very conservative target, we are looking at 500 billion parameters into 8, which comes to the territory of 4 trillion parameters as a total model size. Even if we take a very conservative approach, let's not take 4 trillion, let's take something in trillions. These models, as they become larger, they can learn a lot of things, but it requires data to train them. The metrics that we take data or training is, or the term is called a token. Token is not exactly the same as word, which we'll be coming to later. But as per some of the researchers, we require 10 to 20 times the number of tokens as the number of parameters that we want to train it to. That means we are talking about tens of trillions of tokens of data across these languages if we want an real Indian LLM that can actually do the type of task that we expect it to do. The largest open source corpus of Indian languages data that I am aware of at least runs into tens of billions of tokens only. The second thing that we talked about is about Indian culture. I don't have any problem anyone calling me black or brown or whatever color. I take pride in that. But if anyone calls me a blue painted god as white, I may have serious problems. So my sensitivities and the sensitivities of my Bharatiya might be different from the sensitivities that is aligned to the Western world. My India is large. My Bharat is even larger. When I go to travel to Bharat, even outside work, it takes me some time to start understanding what they are speaking. So in the process, I have acquired to speak at least 6 to 7 languages. If not speak, at least understand a bit and part of it. What confuses me more is, if someone starts something in Kannada, they include a local dialect of Tamil into it. I ask them a question in my broken Hindi language and confused English on top of it. Then it becomes a very complex soup. If I put this soup into even one of the most modern language models, it may not make out clear, precise sense of what I'm trying to do. People try to solve similar problems by translation. They take the English corpus or some other Indian corpus and they try to translate it into the specific language that they're trying to train it to. Research has already shown that this type of techniques doesn't scale too much. So how do we approach these many challenges in the Indian context? Now, when I went to some of the social medias, by the way, I'm also a stand-up comic, and the comic world, there's a lot of hue and cry that women, especially Indian women, especially when they become wives, speak a lot. The other trend that we see is that when they become wives, their participation in workforce come down. So God has given them a gift that we do not treat as a gift. And these are the unique opportunities when we start recognizing these type of challenges. The other approaches are more technology bound. For example, recently we launched something called a Nemotron 340 billion parameter model. Anytime a new model is launched, people will go gung-ho about it, will try to understand which other model it beats in which particular benchmark test. For the first time it happened that people were not gung-ho about that this particular model defeated or surpassed these 10 models in XYZ benchmark test, but they were gung-ho about there's a model which can generate synthetic data better than other synthetic data generator models, and that data might actually have more relaxed licensing terms in training their own large language models. So basically, if India wants to create that sort of a foundation model for its Bharat, then it's not going to be in one particular step. Research has also proved that, at least for these large language models and large foundation models, you can generate very good quality synthetic data that could be used to train them optimally to a particular ratio limits. That ratio could be 1:7, 1:10, sometimes in extreme cases even 1:100. But for that, the upstream generator model, which is generating this type of a language, should be capable to bring that sort of a diversity. Which means now we are in an iterative cycle. We are not talking about one foundation model for India, but a series of hierarchically more complex, more sophisticated foundation models for India. Just to excite your left brain even more, GPT-3, around 340 billion parameter model, not a mixture of models, but only one single model, took 10,000 GPUs running over several weeks to train that one single model. Of course, we have come a long way from there. The GPUs that they were using, now we have come to the level that we support that sort of a compression of the models, so that the same model could now actually sit on smaller number of GPUs. They are faster, we could acquire less model. But now we are talking about much, much, much larger models as well. So one thing that we have to get into is how much can we compress a model such that it can fit into the most recent technologies, and those most recent technologies also have to advance, and for that the research alignment between whoever is building the foundation models to whatever researchers are there should be in close conjunction such that the researcher can take a lead over there and come up with that architecture that can just not scale to a 16-bit model, but to 88-bit model, to 4-bit model, and even to the realm of what is now called as small language models or SLMs, which goes into 4-bit, 3-bit, sometimes even 2 bits. Because we are not talking about a resource-rich country where at least even the government can afford tens of thousands of GPUs. The small enterprise that has to host them might not be able to do that. The model should have these much features that it can fit to that latest infrastructure. The other challenges that we talked about is the cultural diversity. We have at least 3 members speaking about the different cultural diversities that India has compared to other languages. We also talked about safety. We also talked about sensitivities, which is very different from the Western world on which these models that we use today are trained. There is a specific process called alignment. We talked about reinforcement learning, some of the panelists talked about. That is just one form of alignment. There are multiple forms of alignment that make a model be more aligned to our sensitivities and our preferences. Reinforcement learning in itself is a computationally gigantic task. The reason why today's planning in large language models happen through large language models which are based upon transformers and not reinforcement learning, which was primarily acted as the, you can say, spearhead of the agentic environment. Anywhere you would require an intelligent agent, you'll use reinforcement learning, is because of the computational complexity. Plus, in its native form, reinforcement learning requires a lot of human involvement to grade the data, give them scores, how good, how bad it is. These are not just the real challenges for India, but each of this is a real opportunity also for India. I see one section of the media which is very paranoid about what will happen to our work culture, our jobs, if these large language models actually scale. Something that is imminent, you cannot stop. You can only delay. That too, you can only delay for the region that you are in. World will not stop for you. This is more dangerous for your jobs than finding out the alternative opportunities that these type of trends lay before you, and use the demographic dividend to open up new streams, new types of works where India can scale with them. Thank you.
Thanks, Mohit. Staying with you, if I can just corroborate on the fact that, you talked about, number one, go multimodal. That means you are suggesting India AI should be multimodal, with voice as one of the major factors. Second is that relying on collected data may not be the absolutely right approach. We need to also collect synthetic data or build synthetic data, which is there. And third part of it is to look at miniaturization. Model miniaturization should be a very big research activity which should go on. And of course, the fourth one, which is more in the terms of adoption, that you cannot stop this revolution. It will happen. The best way is to, see the potential and see the challenges and start, preparing for it and working towards it. So staying with you again, the next question which I have for you is that, what is your view in, the challenges being faced by the startup ecosystem in working with LLMs? And how can India Innovation Mission work towards solving that? That's, if you can throw some light on that.
So there are multiple challenges that I see Indian startup face. And by the way, in my role, I work with a lot of startups and a lot of different organizations of different sizes. And my role is to help them out, make a sustainable business with Gen AI and AI in general. So I see actually a lot of different startups from a lot of different types of streams into artificial intelligence. One main thing that I see is competitiveness. How these large language models are posed today favor a Western company more than an Indian company. This may seem slightly extreme, but let me again excite your left hemisphere to put these tokens. Now we talked about tokenizers, tokenization vocabulary a bit back. And we talked about GPT has 1 lakh tokens, and GPT-4 has 1 lakh tokens, and GPT-3 has around 50,000 tokens, 54,000 tokens. But even GPT-4 is trained around 23 languages. I think some are 2, 3, or max 4, 8 are in Indian languages. If you take a text, if you say take an English text, you put it into a token computation system. So many of these languages also provide you a portal on which you can compute how many words compute to how many tokens. So these models talks in the language of tokens. Any pricing or any compute that you may require, you would actually be asked one question, how many tokens you are going to deal with from an input perspective and from an output perspective. The reason is that the computation has to scale at the rate of square for each additional token. So then it matters in my language, if I'm giving it 100 words, how many tokens those 100 words would be computed to. That will determine how much cost I am going to give to take the same advantage from a large language model or a managed service or a compute from that perspective if I'm using any model that is trained on a Western language or predominantly Western language where the Indian representation is not there. Again, throwing some arbitrary numbers, you can check the exact numbers over there. These will be ballpark. So if I'm taking an English text and I'm asking how many tokens this 100 words in an English text will contribute to, I'll get roughly around 130 to 150 words, depending upon how rich those words are. This is for something like a GPT-4. GPT-3, if you put the same thing, because its vocabulary size is less, you will come to a larger limit. If you start putting Indian languages into it, even the most popular Indian languages that we know, this can go up to 3 times. If you start putting the language that my Bharat speaks and the dialects that they speak in, they can go up to 7 times. Which means my Bharat has to pay 7 times more money. And the businesses that support my Bharat has to incur that much more cost than a similar business outside for which these models are trained. Now, if I make a foundation model for India, which is trained on the languages of my Bharatiyas, not just the language of my Indians, I can substantially bring down this cost. This is just the challenge number 1 that I am talking about. Challenge number 2 that I see with the startups in India is that of sovereignty. Atmanirbharta. Again, I am making a very bold claim, a very extreme, not even a claim, but a point, but let me support it. I've heard many people here, and outside even, call some of these models as compared to GPT, the other models that we see outside, as open source models. I am not aware of any, or at least many, open source models. Open source terminology means that the source code is open, anyone can take it and build of its own. What you call as these models is an open weight model. Nobody is giving you the source code of these. They are allowing you to use the weights, and they are giving you some source code that you can use to fine tune or adjust some weights such that you can make some tasks better than the normal tasks that it is. If you see the licensing terms of these models, of course this can change from model to model. One is that you cannot use it if you grow above a particular user, a particular amount of revenue and so forth. There could be other terms. For example, whenever you use some of these models, you have to always tell this has been made by this Western corporation and this is the model name that we originally used. You lose your identity. The third is you cannot get into any business that competes with them. Just because my India couldn't afford a foundation model, I have to pay it through my sovereignty by adopting these terms. So right now we'll be calling it as an open model. The third type of challenge that I see with Indian startups especially is the integration between research and development skill sets. In the Western world, any of these models, the larger organization, whoever came up with these large language models, didn't came up with a very intrinsic research enterprise partnerships where most of the decisions are being taken by the research and the corporations fund them. That model in India is not very strong. It needs to come stronger. Currently, government is supporting the researchers and then giving the researchers a leeway where some enterprise at very low cost is trying to attract some of the minds, but not at the level of architectural decisions of changing the entire model and investing billions and billions of dollars into their decisions. The fourth challenge that I am seeing is on the architectural and the development landscapes. Of course, there are government is running programs on skilling India, But as I said, the more these models will come, we are the IT powerhouse of the world. But we are in a sad situation that for our own startups, maybe some larger corporations can afford these high-brain people, but for the smaller organizations, they are not so blessed. The type of architects and the developers that they could afford, they have to invest a lot into it to get to the level that they can deal with modern GenAI architectures, which is much different from the earlier approach of deep learning as we used to do. So the approach that I see mostly that startups adopt is, this is my problem, this is my target audience, this is a solution that I used to do with them when I was building a chatbot earlier with conventional NLP. This is a part of NLP that I want to transform into GenAI, so let me use a GenAI service either managed or through some of the open source or open model sort of a thing into it. This approach very slowly takes them into a vicious spiral where they cannot scale anymore without incurring a lot more costs than they would have taken had they taken a later approach. Which means now the foundations of the model that the biggest companies are using are at a much more advantage than even the startups. Or larger startups are actually a much more advantage than at a smaller startups. This again was a decision that was taken because there were not enough people to guide them. So these are the 4 basic challenges that I see with startups in India.
Sure, Mohit. I think, the message for India AI mission in that particular case is to create the foundation models which are inherently open and also encourage the startups so that they don't lose the sovereignty and incur the cost which they are incurring right now. Coming to the fact that there is a lot of indigenous knowledge as well as the expertise which is available, and Kalika, I'll come to you in that aspect that you in your research center created Jugalbandi, which was a combination of the indigenous expertise and other things which were there. How can this happen? How can we actually make this go forward or have a multiplier effect of these kind of things so that the indigenous expertise and knowledge which we have is inherently brought up into the LLMs?
Yeah, I think we need specialized data sets for this. We also need something that everybody has referred to as what I would call a federation of models, so that we have some kind of bigger models which are good at certain aspects maybe reasoning, or they're good at the conversational structure part of it, but then either these are grounded in knowledge bases or there are fine-tuned models on certain kinds of indigenous knowledge which work in collaboration with these knowledge. So I think expecting a big model which will encompass everything might not be a very fruitful idea going forward, but having a kind of a federation of model and having some orchestration around it so that we can incorporate such knowledge bases into it might be the way forward. I mean, it's being done in small pockets. I think everyone referred to it in different aspects, but I think it's very crucial to incorporate, like you said, the indigenous knowledge forms into whatever shape the LLM takes.
Example, if we have certain knowledge bases with respect to the, curation or medicines, for example, which is there in the earlier setup, which was continuing through our generations, and it's mostly oral. How do we see that knowledge coming into the LLMs?
Yeah, so if it is mostly oral, then we do need to have some kind of either a voice database or some kind of a structure around, even a knowledge graph around it. And I know that there are certain projects in various academia which are looking at how to create knowledge graphs out of such, say, Ayurvedic traditions or other such traditions. I'll give you a concrete example of the Shiksha board that we did, right? We actually grounded it in Diksha. Right? We needed it to actually answer, or the teachers to do, we created a Shiksha bot as a lesson plan help for teachers in India. And in India, as you know, there are a whole lot of boards, and each board has a different kind of requirements, different kind of content, which is very well captured in the Diksha platform. And by using that as a grounding knowledge base, or also fine-tuning smaller models based on that content, right? You're able to give a much more contextually relevant information to the teachers, right? So things like that, I think, need to be explored much more widely in all kinds of aspects.
Taking cue from what Kalika said, Ganesh, in the aspect that, we need to basically collect data from the regional aspect. How does the regional dialect and the linguistic variations affect the accuracy of LLMs? Do you think that it affects, or what are the strategies we should be looking at?
Thanks, really enjoying this session. Bootstrapping around what Mohit said, and then Kalika, thanks for bringing up a lot of the traditional knowledge bases which need to be documented. In fact, there are so many dialects, if we don't document them in time, they'll basically lost traditions, right? It's lost knowledge bases, not just dialects. Fortunately, in our experience in modeling, both speech and text, we found that there's a lot of commonality that needs to be leveraged. Yes, the miniaturization that you talked about, there's an engineering aspect to it, but there's also a deep research component associated with, as I said, syntactic similarity, lexical similarity, phonetic similarity, and this requires also to pay a lot of respect to traditional linguists. And we've done that in our Bharat GPT initiative. We've actually worked closely with several linguists who understand multiple languages. And I think this probably is what an academic industry collaboration is poised to do, because that's the bandwidth the academia gets. However, it must be grounded in industrial use cases, because if this again becomes a blue sky thinking without having deliverables in the form of foundational models, the industry will lose patience, right? Because for industry, I think what's very important is the AI promise should be delivered as an AI solution, right? And I really want to also allude to the point that Mohit made. I mean, we need to make sure these startups become cash flow positive. And I'm very happy that the engagement we talked about, Bharat Bhasha Tech, actually became cash flow positive in a period of 16 months by employing not just small language models, but bringing explainability by design. So we'll need to keep that in mind, even in the data curation process. It should not just become a white elephant exercise. So yes, at Bharat GPT, we have a very, very dedicated Bharat Data Sagar. And this is an invite to everyone in the audience, everyone who's listening. Please join forces with Bharat GPT on the Bharat Data Sagar initiative. Now, there could be cases where you just do federated learning, and that is one modality in which we land up learning some of our models. We've been doing a lot of research, by the way, with Google research, with Adobe research on miniaturization, being able to learn with small parameters through knowledge distillation, but also federated learning. So yes, that must be an exercise, but there is also a large population who would like to share data. But how do you incentivize the sharing of the data, both at an individual level and at an organizational level? Please work with us, because we need to ensure that no language and no tradition in India is left behind in this exercise. No knowledge system gets neglected in our pursuit of the large language models, because we also need to pay respect to inclusivity in this entire process.
Sure, so you're looking at Bhashadan version 2, which we did for some time back. Coming to Shalini, with all these discussions which we are basically looking at, the impact of this entire exercise, and if you attach a measurement to it, what could be that model? As how could you measure the impact of AI solution, and how are you attaching measurement parameters? Is there some thought on it, or do you think that it is too premature to actually talk about it?
So just a few weeks back, Nandan Nilekani talked about this, that India is going to be the AI use case capital of the world, right? That India will use AI much more because we have, 1.4 billion population, which is hungry to use AI. So success criteria is, I would say, is going to be defined by us. It's definitely going to be defined a lot by Indian citizens because they are going to use it, and usage comes only when there is need, there is value, and there is continued value, right? So if I see from AI perspective where we are in this technology era right now, whether it is startups, whether it is large enterprises, everybody is talking about the business value that you derive out of AI, out of Gen AI, out of models, out of the whole solution. So the business value that you derive out of it now, as well as on a continued basis, is going to define a lot of the usage of AI itself. It's a self-feeding thing. You're deriving value out of it, you'll invest more money into it. Because the more money can get into innovation, and your cost of doing the same activity has to keep coming down. That's exactly the concept of a cloud economy also, because the cloud economics works that the more cloud you use, that should actually bring down the price of using the cloud so that your base is cheaper because of economies of scale, and you are using it for better value services or higher end services. So to give an example in this, I would say that, the AI solution, what it cost. See, right now today, everybody is looking at, they just look at the LLM parameter which comes out latest. It can cater to, how fast it is giving an answer, or how soon it is giving, and how many answers it is giving, and it's how many parameters it is trained on. But the idea is the AI solution which an enterprise or a startup uses many more things than just the LLM. For example, it's a healthcare. So I built a healthcare application in which, if you know, like 500 million Indians are supposed to have ABHA IDs, which is health ID, right? So each one of us need, especially, you get 5 lakhs insurance in PMJ if you have that health ID with you. So there is a startup I work with, Eka.care, and they create these health IDs. And then we said, okay, let's use Claude 3.5 and on Amazon Bedrock, let's use that and see how we are able to improvise patient care, right? And when we say patient care, we said we'll take lab reports of people like you and me, and we'll see that, what are the trends that we are seeing, that based on markers going up in kidney and kidney markers and blood markers, what is it that we can predict about the person and what is the disease that that person has, right? So we used all the features. I mean, if you know that, today in, the latest Claude models, you can do mathematical analysis and you can derive a lot out of graphs out of it. So the medical lab report has that. It has a report, it has graphs, it is showing, if you feed like every 3 months, you also know the trends, right? So if you go to a doctor will take time, will understand your reports over the past 2 years and take time to advise. But there's a lot of information which is already available in the medical system, right? In the hospital, that a kidney, what are the kidney diseases? What are the markers which talk about that, if this marker is down, your kidney function test is giving some number, then this is what you might have, right? All this is medical knowledge, and that's actually what doctor is applying. Now, if the same doctor has to cater to multiple patients, not just one. So if the AI, and we made a patient care model which can help the doctor, not be the doctor. Again, I'll mention that. Not be the doctor, but help the doctor. What we realized in this solution is, we use Claude 3, we used interaction mechanism, we used knowledge bases, we created a knowledge basis, we created agents. So agents are basically tasks which you can automate using AI, right? Very in simple terms, tasks which you keep doing, repeating again and again. For example, the computation and finding out a kidney function test has this number and it means this disease. So we created agents, we created vector DBs on most of the information available in the hospital. What we discovered is actually the cost of the solution can come down if we decrease the reliance on LLM. It's so contrary to what we hear, right? The more LLM you use, the better it is. The cost of the solution will come down if you decrease the number of calls you make to LLM, because you have used knowledge bases, which is the knowledge already present. You have used vector DBs, and you are using LLM, yes, for question answers, maintaining the context of what the interaction is going on. So essentially this is, the cost of the solution is important. The doctor is going to use this solution only if it answers well, plus if the hospital will not deploy it for the doctor if the solution is taking huge compute, it is taking multiple time to fine tune a model. People don't have that much time and energy or cost or effort to waste. So the cost of the model, the architecture of the solution, and the decrease in the reliance on the most heavy compute intensive thing is what is going to define actually the usage of the LLM model itself. So that's the scenario which we have experimented, and most of the startups who work with us, they work with this in this manner, that LLM is part of a solution. It is not the solution. Using multiple mechanisms and using a larger Gen AI solution, which is a solution and not just an answer of an LLM, is going to define the usage and define the benefit of LLM, and hence drive the usage amongst all citizens. So that is one very big metric. The second metric is also a lot about the false positives, the biases, the toxicity filters that need to be in place, because those are I would say the hygiene factors. If those are not there, people will just rejecting it completely and not trying to derive value out of it. In fact, it's a very interesting thing. When I wrote my book AI for You 2 years back, nobody was talking about the value of AI, and I brought out a model called How Good Is Your AI? And how good is your AI? Good is a very relative term. And when I talked about a full model on it with ethics, bias, I think it was ahead of this time. People were not aware that the goodness will become so important that it will drive itself the usage of Gen AI. So these are some things which I wanted to share.
I got very excited with Shalini's example. We actually experienced this. With IBM Research, we built a model which is a mixture of knowledge graph and LLM. And that's going to be deployed across the entire Maharashtra University of Health Sciences. All the interns are going to use it. So I'll be very happy to talk to you about it. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Shalini. And I think, one size does not fit all, and we should be talking about end users and solutions. And of course, cost is an important factor. Because before I, open it up for question and answer, I think one last question to Pratyush, having developed the Servam AI and other things, how, the issue of intellectual properties would be handled in LLM. Like, you have open system which you talked about. How will you handle it? And this is something which has been a continuous question because of the cost factors attached to the licensing part of it. So if you could throw some light on it.
Sure. No, good discussion so far. The intellectual property, I think, is more about value protection. So it comes down to where is value created, right? So we have been talking quite a lot about these models being repositories of knowledge, right? What is the culture it represents, what's the language it has, and so on. But from usage of these models to create value, they will be seen as reasoning engines, right? They will be seen as engines which you combine with other computing practices, like we heard about knowledge bases, we heard about semantic search on vector databases. There will be standard coding practices where code is written, and then there are these models, and even these models are not fixed in nature. They are fine-tuned, they can be continually pre-trained, like we said, they could be miniaturized, it can be combined with multiple modalities, voice, and so on. So my sense is the base layer of the main foundation model should be thought of as a off-ramp for many people to then create value on top in solving real problems, right? Because though there is a lot of optimism on building these models, we have to be very grounded on which company building for which user or which government body building for which citizen is creating real value, right? I personally believe that this technology is such that the value for 1 rupee of compute on cloud or on-prem or on mobile doesn't matter, has never been so high. What you can get for 1 rupee of compute that you can spend is remarkably increased in the last few years, and it will continue to increase, right? So there is value to be created there because there is a deflation in the cost of value creation with computing, but that needs to be created. It is not, I think the ChatGPT experience makes us feel like we are dealing with a product that is ready, that is one, that is singular and does everything, right? But the reality is value will be created when developers, when governments build extremely useful solutions with this, and that will involve domain, that will involve fine-tuning, that will involve other things on top. And I fully echo that it needs to be voice-led, it needs to be very efficient, it needs to respect our language characteristics and so on. But we also need to look at industry and what industry needs to do with these models. For example, we talked about LLMs more broadly, we have spent quite some time on language, but what does manufacturing do with it, right? How can you make manufacturing more efficient? India wants to become a manufacturing powerhouse, right? So how do you use it there? We talked a bit about healthcare, but healthcare is such a large space, right? And we are so deficient in terms of manpower there. How do we do there? So I just want to re-emphasize that there is actual deep innovation required in building value on top of these models, and that could be incentivized.
Yeah, I think that's a very important point from the perspective that you can have, we can perhaps create foundation models as roads, but the destination has to be those vehicles which we have to do deep analysis with the industry sector-wise going forward. Now, our time is up, but a few questions which we can take up from the audience. Please identify yourself and put up the question. Identify the panelist whom you are asking and put up the question, please. Yeah, so can there be some mics, please? I think some hands are getting up here. The lady in the front.
I'm Mona Khandar. I'm Principal Secretary, Science and Technology from Gujarat. Mohit elaborated a lot on how Bharat is more spoken than written. So that reminded me of one Bollywood movie called PK, where Amir Khan demonstrated that how the way the word acha is spoken leads to different kinds of maybe 10 to 12 different meanings. So whether that part has been taken care of or that has been considered. And the second and more important thing is, how it can be made like very effective solution. So when we say that, whatever model or solution is developed, but when it is utilized or used for a particular person, now it depends a lot on what could be a right response for that particular person at that particular moment. Because I might be generally optimistic, but at that time I might be pessimistic. And then government carries out a lot of extension activities in healthcare, in agriculture. So it involves a lot of change management and transforming or making people aware about what are the right practices. So generally, it requires a lot of what we call EQ, emotional quotient, to understand the person's mindset at that time, engage the person, and make that person aware about what is right and what is wrong, and then finally convince the person to adopt whatever government might be thinking should be a right practice. So this adds to the complications. So how that can also be built in?
Very good question, and thanks for asking this question, because this broadens up a lot of things into how we are envisaging our foundational language model to be. There are different approaches that you can use to get the voice into a language model, or a language model to understand the voice. Traditionally, what was done was through mechanisms which are called ASR and TTS, which is automatic speech recognition and text-to-speech. Which means now if someone is speaking something, I will convert that into text. And for me, now it is text. I can put it inside my language model. And if my language model is giving me text out, I can put it again into this TTS engines and convert that into text. Which is different from having a foundational model which understands audio, to be more precise, understands speech. The difference between audio to speech, to the type of complexities that you brought, the way, the accent, the emphasis that I put on different syllables can dramatically change the context of that particular word. Which means now I am not just talking about the phonetics of that particular word, I'm talking about the frequencies of the words and the amplitudes at every frequencies of those words. Which means now my language model, or in this particular case, this multimodal model, has to understand even that as a vocabulary of itself. This is where the context that I initially brought in, that my Bharat is more comfortable speaking. You cannot give it a text model, apply TTS and ASR to it, and call it a language model. That is now how my Bharat communicates. You are making a text-based model turn into a language model, not a communication model. That's point number one. Point number two on how do we relate better to what a person is going through to actually create responses that more relate to what he may or she may like to hear. Or more precisely, to be communicated to, not just hear. There are three different mechanisms to it. First is, can I take this multimodal foundational model, or this communication model, as I say, also to understand my body language? What it takes to do that? You may say that body language is just a matter of a particular image, but body language is more than that. If I frown, that frown may go to multiple frames of that particular image, which means now I'm talking about video. Then we talked about not only what is coming on my face. I may have so much stress right now, I'm just trying to stay calm and answer this question. That stress is in the context of my knowledge bases that is around. So can my large language model or multimodal model can also consume that context, have a real-time interface of my face, the body language that I'm speaking, the accent that I'm speaking, the emphasis that I'm speaking to different words to understand what do I really mean. And then it's large enough, has so many parameters, can think to the level to understand what should be an ideal response to a person who is going through all of this context, is in this mood currently, that would be an optimal response to this person, and not just a text spitting out.
Right, so, as you could understand that when you are talking about the communication, which is the oldest thing which we do, which perhaps hundreds of years back, some people discovered this and it has evolved over a period of time. The problems, all the problems will not be solved in a day, and it would actually have a step-by-step resolution to everything which will come across. So good that we are aspiring to solve everything, but yeah, it would be slow and steady. One last question which we can take up, although there are a lot of hands up, but
There's
okay.
a
question to Dr. Kalika. Of course, anybody can take it. I'm Sivaramakrishnan, a GPay member from UAE. You spoke about knowledge base and graph databases in the context of LLMs. This was there before, as a research initiative. In fact, I worked on that about 5 years ago. Why do you think this particular area of interest is gaining popularity, and what are the specific sectors in your experience, what you're seeing now? You're vehemently getting into this. Is it a flavor of the month, or what do you think?
No, so I think one of the reasons, at least from my point of view, and I would like others to also weigh in on this, but one of the reasons is that, what we've seen is that consistency is a problem with the larger models. Hallucination is a problem that we haven't actually even touched on. So what is it that we can do to right now, what is it that we can do to ensure consistency, to constrain the models, to not just go off the rails and start talking about something completely different, and what can we do to ensure that there is some correctness involved? And I think right now, there are other ways. There's research happening, and research outcomes will take some time to actually get out in the real world. But I think right now, one of the best ways is to have these kind of knowledge graphs or knowledge bases to ground the outcome of the model, the larger model. So I think the reason you're hearing a lot about it, it may be the flavor of the month till we find how to concoct the next flavor. And we are working on several flavors as a group. I'm sure we are working on several flavors for this. But right now, this seems to be the most reasonable approach going forward to ensure that we have such kind of consistency.
Yeah, so I think we will have to close the discussions. Panelists would be available because I'm continuously getting messages that the time is up. So thank you. I think I enjoyed the discussion, and I hope you also enjoyed it. A big round of applause for all the panelists, and thank you very much for a patient listening.
A big thank you to our esteemed panelist and moderator. Your expertise, perspective, and thoughtful contribution have provided us with a wealth of knowledge on various aspects such as diversity in India, the data biases, or how model mixture is important for efficient outputs. Now, before closing the session, I would like to call upon Mr. Nag to please facilitate the speakers and the panelists. Thank you, Mr. Nag. Now I would request Sri J.L. Gupta, Director, NEGT, to please felicitate Mr. Nag. Thank you, everyone.
We'll have the overview of the India AI mission now, the slide. To just convey the vision of the India AI mission to you, I'd like to tell you that it aims to develop, scale, and promote the adoption of impactful AI solutions across critical sectors. The mission is built on several key pillars, including providing access to modern hyperscale AI compute infrastructure, developing indigenous large multimodal models, and streamlining the access to quality data sets. Could we have the slide? Yes, thank you. So as you can see, there are 7 pillars of the India mission, and all of the sessions today are divided in between these 7 different pillars. This session in particular, the session on real-world AI solutions, is on the India AI applications development initiatives, which, as I've already told you, is all about developing, scaling, and promoting the adoption of impactful AI solutions within government machinery or for social impact. Next slide, please. The objective of the IADI initiative is focusing on supporting the development, scaling, and promotion of AI solutions by addressing problem statements sourced from various governmental institutions. The initiative aims to catalyze socio-economic transformation through AI-driven solutions. As for our objectives, our goal is to make AI for India by harnessing high-quality data sets and indigenous models, and we do this by providing strategic funding and guidance to solution developers. We also seek to build a repository of AI solutions to reduce the duplication of efforts and resources, and strive to develop a citizen-centric model for AI solutions with the potential for social transformation. I'd like to request everyone for a group photo together. I'd request you to please stand up. Thank you. Just, yes, yes, yes. Thank you, everyone. To start things off, I'd like to invite Shri Jayesh Ranjan, Special Chief Secretary, IT and ENC of the Government of Telangana. Shri Ranjan is the Special Chief Secretary of the Industries and Commerce and Information Technology Departments of the Telangana government. His assignment involves developing policy frameworks, attracting new investments, identifying opportunities for utilizing IT in various government processes, and promoting the digital empowerment of its citizens. His last few assignments have been in the industrial promotion sector as Commissioner and Managing Director of the Industries Department, in the Tourism Promotion Department, and the Vice Chairman of the Hyderabad Urban Development Authority. I invite Shri Jayesh Ranjan to please deliver his keynote address. A round of applause, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Where is the timer? You told me that I have to speak for 8 minutes. So if there's no timer, I presume that I can go on and on. So greetings to everyone. Greetings, Saket ji, fellow panelists, distinguished members of the audience. In preparation for this conference, we did a count yesterday of how many AI use cases we have deployed in Telangana by the government in the last 4 years, from 2020 till now. And we were able to list out 52 use cases. So even if none of them were here, I could have easily taken 90 minutes to tell you about all those 52 cases.
But I won't tell you about any of those. What I would do instead is to tell why is it that we have been able to roll out 52 cases while there are other states, other governments, some of whom are still developing familiarity about AI. So I would like to explain what is so foundational about Telangana. And possibly I'll mention 1 or 2 use cases in passing, but not more than that. So our journey began in 2020. In fact, the year 2020 was celebrated as the year of AI in Telangana. See, many of you will recall 2020 was a very challenging year. There was pandemic, lockouts, and everything was haywire. But despite facing all those challenges, we decided to go ahead with this very important decision that 2020 will be the year of AI in Telangana. And to prepare for that year of AI, towards the end of 2019, we again did something very important, very milestone, which was to bring out an AI framework. So we just saw the 7 pillars of the India AI mission. Our framework is also quite similar. The only thing is that our framework came out in 2019, and India AI mission, as we know, was announced last year. So our framework also provides for how do you make data available to people, large volumes of data. So we have started an open data portal, and government data, humongous amounts of data which is held by different government agencies, that is made freely available. We have also tied up to provide high performing compute facilities, particularly to startups. We have started skilling programs in our colleges, etc. In fact, I can share this with you. In those days, I also used to be the officiating vice chancellor of a state university. The state university in Hyderabad is called JNTU, Jawaharlal Nehru Technology University. And possibly even before the IITs thought about it, we took a very important decision. Our decision was that regardless of which branch of engineering, the university also offers management courses, also teaches pharma. Hyderabad, as you would know, is a very important life sciences center. But the decision that we took was that whatever branch of course that you are studying in the university, you have to mandatorily do a course in AI. And this is not just to kind of a formality kind of thing. You have to attend classes, you have to show attendance, you have to pass exams. And of course, if you like what you have learned, you can do more advanced courses. But everyone has to do a basic foundational course, and thereafter we have done many more skilling programs also. So skill development is important. Innovation, we have NASSCOM representatives are here, Sangeeta Garu is here. Along with NASSCOM, we have set up a very interesting innovation program which is called RevUp. And again, in the last 3 years, through different cohorts, more than 150 startups have been supported. Many of them have received multiple rounds of funding. Their valuations have gone up. But more than valuations and funding, the kind of products and solutions that they have introduced is something which we feel very proud, we feel very satisfied with. Some very amazing and cool and very impactful solutions have come. We are also equally conscious as a responsibility of the government to promote AI with full element of responsibility, ethics, transparency. We are partnering with other global bodies also to create a template or a framework on how do you deploy AI, how do you actually measure whether a deployment is meeting all the norms of transparency and ethics and responsibility, etc. And that is happening in the state. But more than anything else, we have also taken upon ourselves that we will walk the talk. It is very easy to bring out frameworks and announce and publish it in glossy books and all, but what is the action that is happening on the ground? So in that, as I mentioned a while ago, our track record is stellar. In the last 4 years, we have been able to roll out 52 solutions, AI for social good, for public service delivery, involving 14 government departments. Some of them are very important. And in fact, as I said, as we were preparing, my colleague Ramadevi is also here, who leads this initiative. We were preparing for this event. We came across a news item which was published yesterday only in a local newspaper in Hyderabad. Some months ago, we started a very interesting project. I'm not sure if it is happening anywhere else in our country, but the problem is there throughout the country. This is the problem of drug menace. There are large number of young people who fall prey to drugs. In fact, it is estimated that in Telangana alone, there are 2.9 million drug users, and many of them are very young, and obviously they waste their lives. If you become a drug addict, I mean, the life is just nothing but hell for you. So we have developed a AI-enabled screening application. It is called Mitra, and if the parents or the teachers get some sense about that child, about the youth rather, then they have to fill a 39-point survey, and then AI algorithm takes over. The survey tells what is the probability of that particular young person eventually becoming a full-blown addict, and what kind of interventions can be planned for him. And I learnt about it from this newspaper report only, that 536 young people have been identified as potentially prone to addiction, and interventions have happened. And of course, these are early days, but if the interventions succeed, at least 536 lives so far, that is. Of course, in future, the numbers will go on, but 536 lives we would be able to save because of this particular intervention. And there are many such use cases also, which have created very strong social impact, but this is something very new. It was reported in the papers for the first time yesterday. Results, the initial results are very encouraging, and I thought I would like to share this. As I said, there are 50 plus other such use cases also, and you are most welcome to look up our website, where many of these use cases have been explained, the methodology has been explained, the implementing agency has been explained. What other very important thing to explain about is, see, as I said, we created our framework in 2019. Many other states have emulated. National government has set up this mission. This is very true in typically many other domains in our country. Good projects are announced. Intent is very laudable, but very little action happens on the ground. And if you really dive deep, why is it that there is a big gap between intent and action? One other reason which is pointed out is that no one takes accountability for delivering that particular, for that particular aspect. No one is held responsible. So, because no institutions are created. I mean, you can point to me and tell that you are the principal secretary of IT in Telangana government, you are held accountable. So I agree, I mean, technically I'm accountable, but I'm accountable for 200 other things also. And even if I'm passionate about AI, I can't spend 24/7 of my time just working on AI. So what we have done, again, way back in 2019, is to set up a separate institution, an independent institution, to implement AI framework. And this institution is called TAIM, Telangana Artificial Intelligence Mission. And like various other institutions, so Ramadevi represents Telangana government on that mission. Mr. Praveen from NASSCOM is a partner on behalf of NASSCOM for that mission. But we bring lots of domain experts, private companies, academic institutions, startup representatives to govern this particular institution, the TM. And the TM, of course, vets each and every activity that we plan to implement. It offers suggestions, it offers guidance. We have been able to run some very successful hackathons in the last 4 years, large-scale hackathons in which thousands of participants have contributed their ideas. We have selected some very good solutions. One of the hackathon outcome is to create a solution which takes care of poaching. All of us know that poaching is a very heinous crime. Innocent animals are slaughtered just to extract something of value from their bodies, and it's a very big crime which is happening out there. And we have been able to develop a very useful and tested solution, AI-based solution, which does image recognition. And the trials have happened in a couple of wildlife reserves in Telangana, and the results are amazing. So there are many such important initiatives which have happened as an outcome of TM's programs of these hackathons, etc. The 52 solutions which we have onboarded so far, the use cases which have been onboarded so far, are largely taken from young entrepreneurs, young innovators, startups, some of them homegrown, but some of them from other parts of the country, other parts of the world also. We have a very standard template on how do you do these kind of procurement. See, many governments I know are serious about implementing AI solutions, but how do you procure this solution becomes a big problem. So we have figured this out. There's a good template, and as I said, the very fact that we have been able to roll out 50 of them, 52 of them to be precise, in the last 4 years shows that there is a tested way of procuring. And of course, if it is a homegrown startup, a startup which is in Hyderabad, which is located in Hyderabad, has its development team in Hyderabad, we give them a direct business opportunity. So if you're a homegrown startup and if you have a solution which is of relevance to the government, I'll procure it bilaterally from you. There is no bidding at all. You don't have to outcompete someone by lowering your price or anything. So I noticed that all the people who have been invited to speak, no one is from Hyderabad. So if you want really to enter a government kind of business, get a work order from the government, try to take it from the Telangana government, which potentially can open more doors for you. You just have to localize yourself. Some of you possibly are in Bangalore. People otherwise also are fleeing Bangalore. So it won't be difficult if you choose to move your office to Hyderabad. We'll give you multiple ways of assistance in other ways also. But more than anything else, we'll give you your first work order, which possibly without any process, there's no bids, there's no competition. You just come and take this work order, implement your solution, and then hopefully it will open many more doors elsewhere. So even though there is no timer, my body clock tells me that I have spoken for 8 minutes, which was allotted to me. So thank you very much, and good wishes for the rest of the session.
Thank you, sir, for that keynote address. I now invite Shri Sanket Bhonwe, who's the Joint Secretary at the Ministry of IT and Electronics, to please come and deliver his keynote address. I'll just introduce you, sir. Sanket, sir, belongs to the Indian Administrative Services batch of 2007 and started his career as a civil servant belonging to the MP cadre. Among his tenure as SDM in Korai, Sagar, and CEO in Jila Panchayat Sioni, Deputy Secretary, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, Government of India. On seeing his work as Deputy Secretary in the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, Honorable Minister of Road Transport and Highways, Shri Nitin Gadkari, elevated and appointed him as his private secretary from 2019 to 2023. He is presently working as the Joint Secretary at METI and is dealing with the Digital Governance Division and is also the Designated Officer, Section 69A. He has vast experience and has contributed extensively for the welfare of poor and needy with compassion and personal involvement. We invite the Joint Secretary to come and deliver his keynote address. Thank you.
Actually, I thought I'm the host, so why introduction? That's why I started walking. Anyway, thank you, Bhavya. So, good afternoon all. Good afternoon, respectable dais, colleagues, officers, all stakeholders, friends. So, we know that the GPI Summit is going on. So, this is all but about the Digital India. We have now the mission, India AI mission statement worth 11,000 crore of policy where India will be cruising ahead with many of these aspects. Myself as Joint Secretary Digital Governance, I am looking after all the e-governance projects running across mostly the center. I am working with MEA, with the e-passports, with PMO, with MHA, Intelligent Transportation System, Fisherman Credit Card, whatever. All ministries I am working. So that's a fantastic experience. And let me tell you, basically, we're also coming up with an India Decade note where digital governance is again a very important part. It's basically a new name of e-governance. And as JS, NIC, NIXI, NEGD, MyGov, there is where I bridge them all. So I feel that along with that, but today, AI is such an important part. It's incomplete if I miss out AI. As Jayesh Ranjan sir said, no doubt Telangana have done a fantastic work. We always appreciate that. And last month we had a national UI UX workshop where sir couldn't come, but the work done by Telangana, and they also got felicitation from Secretary for one of the best work done in UI, UX and the other platforms. So coming back to AI, again I will tell you that I am connected to this sector in some other way, what Bhavya told. Section 69A IT Act. So I am the designated authority in India where I have the court powers to pull down, block your harmful content, apps, Twitter and all that content, whatever harmful is there. It may be the tweets, it may be the account, the channel. So that is where the first time I came in contact with all this deep fake and harmful content. So that is something different thing where I thought I should be there in the responsible AI group. So I requested Abhishek sir कि मुझे वहाँ पे डालो मैं वहाँ बोलूँगा. But he said no, you are here and as a part of this, the solutions, the applications, you also be here and obviously be there. Anyway, section 69A is very different. Like let me tell you little. Those who must be interested, like anything which goes against the public order, national interests, foreign affairs, security, so we have the powers to bring it down. Many things are going, I will not mention, but there are like 36 categories of harmful content. Now you can just check. So there are community guidelines of these intermediaries, significant social intermediaries like Meta, Twitter and all, and we deal with them daily. So coming back to AI, let me tell you some of the best examples internationally also which we were studying. Like Saudi Arabia now have come up with a robust and aggressive AI policy. Basically those countries in Gulf who are dependent on the petroleum industry, they are coming up with AI and technology, and even UAE, Dubai, they have a minister for AI. So these countries are coming up and I think India are also going ahead. My experience with these applications in AI, I will say, which is the topic given for the public service delivery is like, let me tell you, when I was private secretary to Minister Nitin Gadkari ji, in NHI there was a bridge accident in Bihar. So many of the things came up, why these accidents are happening recurrently. So then we got one solution, and this was one of the solutions with the census-based AI system, with some algorithms and some data sets, which we were quite successful in implementing in some pilot phases in NHAI over some bridges across some big rivers of the northern like Ganga, Brahmaputra and all. So this was the first instance where really I saw that AI really can make a change in the infrastructure sector, and obviously where the loss of lives and property is there. Again, let me tell you about e-Sanjeevani in the health sector. e-Sanjeevani is a magnificent platform where you get a virtual assistance of diagnosis by the doctors and the experts, and you can just go. And this happened in G20. In G20 in Bangalore, one of a foreign minister was not well. She had fever. I will not take the name. And our then secretary Alkesh Sharma sir was there. And then he said, why don't you try e-Sanjeevani? So the African minister went there and she was standing, and then she got a diagnostic and she said, wow, what is this? She got a slip. So like the UPI, like the German minister was impressed with the UPI, this was one more case I always mention. So it's obviously the AI applications, and I think, yes, we all should now come together that AI for all. We should ensure that there should be no duplicacy. How perfectly we can go ahead with a very trusted, secure, private way where responsible AI should go ahead. 2 days back, as Joint Secretary PFMS, I worked with finance, so there is a public fund management system. Almost 2/3 of the Indian budget is in PFMS, something 27 lakh crores. So now even in PFMS, with the help of AI algorithms and the help of NIC, we are able to rectify, correct, prevent, due to the algorithms and AI, how best we can help these financial data sets to give us more efficiency, more transparency. For example, my basic 100 rupees which comes from government to my salary to anything comes from PFMS. I think Jayesh Ranjan sir knows this, and those officers sitting here, employees, they must be knowing that we are using it. It's one of the, I will say, the premier DPIs. So like DigiLocker, Umang, GEM, FASTag, PFMS is also one of the best DPIs, which are basically the components and infrastructure, the digital public infrastructure, and the 7 pillars what we were talking, where the AI will lead. Anyway, I will not take too much time because there are our colleagues and learned friends who will be speaking here. It is a proud moment to be here and interacting with you all. I am here, and I think the challenges also needs to be seen. I was thinking about एक वो controversy चल रही है कि AI आएगा तो job चले जाएंगे. So in my previous ministry there was a report like India is short of 1 crore drivers, heavy vehicle drivers, operators, JCB and all. So now we have to think that if after AI comes with that assisted driving and driverless and all, what about this unemployment? So we have to balance it out. We have to see that in country like India where like labor is there and we have the skill, unskilled, highly skilled, semi-skilled, all these categories. So how AI can fit and balance it all, because we should see that these are the two wheels of a cart and the two wheels should go together. We can't imbalance it. Same about the other things. Yes, I'm also the OSD to DPDP. So I'm the officer in charge for the data protection board, which is coming after the digital protection bill. So in that also now with DPDP coming and a lot of concern coming up with the data sets and all, I think we are working on the rules and all, but I think many things to come. There are some challenges and I am sure that we will definitely cover up. Anything in the audience you like to interact with me, most welcome. I again thank all of you for coming here, and let's continue. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that address to the Joint Secretary. I would now request Shri Sanket to please felicitate Shri Jayesh Ranjan with a token of our appreciation. Yes. And I would now request Ms. Surbhi Agarwal to please felicitate Shri Sanket with a token of our appreciation. Thank you. Thank you both to the Joint Secretary and to Shri Jayesh Ranjan for their time, and we look forward to having you over again. With that, we will kick off the case study section of this session. First up, we will have Dr. Alpan Rawal, who's the Chief ML Scientist at Vadvani AI, with a case study presentation on the TB care cascade from Vadvani AI. And just for the audience's information, each presenter will have 10 minutes to present their case studies, and post which we will move into a moderated panel discussion. So I would now invite Dr. Alpan Rawal to please present. So,
thank you for the invitation and good afternoon. I hope people are not too sleepy. So this is the case study section of this session, and I'm going to present a couple of case studies on the work that we're doing for TB. But before I do that, just a quick introduction to my institute and what we do. We are a not-for-profit AI institute. Our aim is to build AI solutions for social impact at scale in India. And we work very closely with the central government in identifying relevant problems to solve across various domains. We work in healthcare, agriculture, and education currently. So we work with the government in identifying the problems, identifying relevant data sets, solving the problems, and then deploying preferably within existing government programs and existing government platforms. By doing that, we can achieve scale and we can impact the bottom 95% of the pyramid, which is what we target. So we're not interested really in AI for the top 5%. Sorry to say, we're not interested in AI for people sitting in this room, but we're really interested in doing AI for underserved communities across the country. So with that context, just a brief introduction to TB and the TB care cascade. TB is probably one of the oldest infectious but curable diseases. Right? The cure for TB was found more than 100 years ago, and yet many patients die of TB today across the world, and particularly in India. And the reason for that is manifold. There are gaps at various stages of the TB care cascade. So first, there are gaps in identifying patients who have TB. So someone may have symptoms but not get tested appropriately. So catching the right patients. Once you catch the right patients, then diagnosing them accurately is the next set of place where patients sort of drop out of the system. Once you've diagnosed them accurately, they need to start treatment, and that requires further counseling. So you see another drop-off there. Once they start treatment, you have to make sure they complete treatment, because TB is like, in some ways, it's like HIV, where if you don't, if you miss even 10% of your doses, then you can get drug-resistant TB, which is much, much harder to treat and often results in mortality. Right? So the patient has to do that, follow their treatment regularly, complete treatment. And then there is a good chance that they get cured. But because of all these challenges on the way, there are various gaps at which patients drop out of the system, and that leads to TB cases and TB mortalities. So we are working in various ways along this TB care cascade where AI can address some of these gaps. And those are represented in this slide by sort of these solutions in purple. So we are working on vulnerability mapping, where we identify locations across the country where you're likely to find a large yield of TB patients, but which are missed by the current program, right? So this is using a combination of data in NICSHI, using satellite maps, and so on. I'm not going to go into it in detail. Then we are working on cuff-based screening for TB, which I'll talk about briefly. We are also working on X-ray-based screening, how AI can interpret X-rays. And we, like many other organizations, are working on this as well. We work on prediction of adverse outcomes at the time of treatment initiation. So when a patient starts treatment, we predict, using predictive models, whether the patient is likely to complete treatment or likely to suffer from an adverse outcome over the course of treatment in advance, right? And if TB health workers on the ground know this in advance, then they can take interventions accordingly. So this is very useful information for them to have. And we've also worked on automated interpretation of the line probe assay for diagnosis of drug-resistant TB. And this is using computer vision AI. So we're working on all these various problems across the TB care cascade, and we continue to discover more problems. We are the official AI partner of the Central TB Division and supported by a USAID grant to do this. This is pretty much same information presented in different form. As I mentioned earlier, active case finding, screening for TB, diagnosis of drug-resistant TB, and then predicting loss to follow-up, meaning dropping off medication and predicting mortality. So the first solution, the first case study that I'd like to briefly talk about is prediction of adverse TB outcomes. This is a fairly standard risk prediction model, except that it's built on extremely diverse data, and it's also corrected for various types of biases. So this is a huge problem. The number of TB patients who reported adverse outcomes across the country was about 7% of all TB patients. This is a large number. This is over 1 lakh patients. And the idea is for the AI to identify these patients in advance. The day they start treatment, the model takes as input various features or various data points associated with the patient. This includes their history of comorbidities, their medical history, their age, their gender, where they live, location, and so on. And using all of these different variables, the AI predicts whether the patient is likely to complete treatment or is the patient likely to die in the course of treatment. And it does this at high accuracy, relative to anything that exists today. I'll talk about the accuracy in the next slide. And this is currently deployed across 10 states in India. It's being prepared for integration into the Nikshay platform so that every single patient who is entered into Nikshay gets a risk score for these outcomes, right? And this is supposed to happen by December 2024. But we are already integrated in 10 states through a separate app. And the app provides to the TB health worker a prioritized list of high-risk patients. And so they can follow up with these patients, they can target these patients for counseling and for intensive interventions. This is a model that was trained, if you're familiar with the concept of training AI models, this is a model that was trained on about 10 million patient records from Nikshay between 2019 and 2023. It's a very, very diverse data set, pan-India data set, and essentially the model predicts a risk score. We have a certain targeting threshold, so we assume that the health workers can follow up with a certain proportion of patients. In this case, it's mentioned as 25%, but it can be varied depending on the resources available at each location. And based on that targeting threshold, the health worker then follows up with the high-risk patients. In terms of the performance of the model, we compared it to various rules that are used in order to identify these high-risk patients across the country. There is no standard set of rules, but we took rules that are used from different parts of the country. And as you see, at 25% targeting, the AI model has the highest sensitivity compared to any other rule-based model, and significantly higher than anything else. So this is the impact that we've achieved so far in our deployments in 10 states. About 1 lakh patients have been enrolled in the app, in the portal corresponding to the app. And because of data issues, data completeness issues and so on, 74,000 or 73% of them have been assigned a risk status, of which 25,000 were assigned as high risk by the AI. And about 39,000 were tracked till the final outcome. And it was found that 2,800, roughly 2,900 of them actually had adverse outcomes, and the AI identified 60% of those in advance. So the AI actually flagged about 1,600 of these patients in advance and saved 1,600 lives by flagging in advance. We've also shown using, we've done limited trials where we've shown in areas where you deploy the model versus areas where you don't deploy the model, the number of adverse outcomes are significantly different in those areas. And the differences depend on location. The second case study I want to talk about very quickly, I know I'm running out of time here, is work that is in progress. It's partially deployed, but we continue to improve this. Is a simple way to screen for TB, not diagnose, but to screen for TB using solicited cough sounds from patients. So a patient doesn't need to be naturally coughing. They just need to simulate a cough in the vicinity of a mobile phone. They wear a mask. The mobile phone is near the patient, and they simulate 3 cough sounds. These are solicited cough sounds. In addition, the AI takes as input some self-reported symptoms from the patient. This includes things like, have you lost weight recently? Are you running a fever? And so on. Very standard questions that are asked of TB patients. What the AI does is it puts all of this data together, the self-reported symptoms. It analyzes the cough sound pattern as well, puts all this together and comes up with a TB risk. Does the patient have TB or not? If the AI, since it's meant to be a screening test, if the AI says that you're likely to have TB, then the patient needs to go for a confirmatory test, which could be positive or negative. If the AI says you don't have TB, you don't need to go for a confirmatory test with high accuracy. So that's the idea behind the screening test. The reason we came up with this, because there are already screening solutions that exist in the field. The simplest screening solutions is something called a symptom-based screening, where the health worker on the ground just asks patients for symptoms. And that's a screening test that also works. The other more sophisticated screening test is chest x-rays, where the patient gets an x-ray. The reason we work on this is that we think that this will fulfill a need in between the accuracy of the symptom-based screening and the accuracy of the x-ray-based screening. So the aim is to identify many more patients than you can with symptom-based screening, yet you don't need the sophisticated equipment of an X-ray machine in the field, right? So the idea is just with a mobile phone, you can record cough sounds. The same mobile phone app that is used to record symptoms can be used, right? That's the idea. It's currently deployed in health and wellness centers across 5 states and in high-risk community settings in 4 states. It's still a limited pilot type of deployment. It's very easy to use. The protocol is not difficult. It's non-invasive. Health worker doesn't need any special training, unlike X-rays. No cost. It's point of care, and the model is offline. It doesn't, the model doesn't need an internet connection on the phone. So it can work in rural areas, in remote areas, and so on, and you get the result in 3 to 5 seconds. This is some data that was used for training the model. I don't want to go into the details here, but essentially we took the help of the Central TB Division. They were very kind to us, and we got data from 16,000 individuals across TB facilities across the country, including TB health workers. So we were very fortunate to get this data. We don't have much data from the community as such, and that's really the gap right now that we are trying to address. I already spoke about this. This is the type of input that goes into the AI. It's a combination of cough recordings and self-reported symptoms. And there's also one more AI model which detects if something is a genuine cough sound in the first place. So you don't want to fool the model by having non-cough sounds. So this is we have a very highly accurate cough detector in place. In TB health facility settings, the performance is very good. We get a sensitivity of 90% at a specificity of around 70%, which is sort of the standard benchmark for a screening solution. In community settings, currently the sensitivity and specificity are lower, which is the work in progress part. These are some deployment statistics. We've screened about 1 lakh people so far. 13,000 of them found presumptive, meaning needing a confirmatory test. 5,000 of those have been tested. And of these, about 290 cases have been diagnosed. You should keep in mind that TB is a very, very low prevalence disease. And the interesting part here is that 16% of these cases were only diagnosed by AI. They would not have been caught using standard symptom-based screening. And that's the gap that we want to keep increasing by improving AI models. So this is a pictorial representation of the same thing. Of all confirmed TB cases that we've caught so far with this model, about 300 of them, 80% were detected both by the AI and the symptom-based screening. 12% were only detected by AI but not by the symptom-based screening. 2% were detected by symptom-based screening but not by AI. And then 7% were detected by neither, right? So it's that 12% number that we're trying to increase, and we've monitored this increased yield between AI and symptom-based screening across time in our deployments. That's the graph you see here, and that's been fairly stable between 16 and 12% is the additional yield that the AI gives you. And what we think is that with more data and improving this model further, we can make this graph we can significantly improve the AI yield. So I think I'll just quickly talk about, you already saw the successes. I don't want to talk about successes too much. We've been very fortunate to work with data at scale thanks to the Government of India. There are many challenges to working with AI, some of which I can discuss during the panel discussion, so I don't want to take more time right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Alpan Rawal, for that presentation. Next up, we have Ms. Amrita Mahale, who's Head of Product at Arman. A round of applause, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Amrita Mahale. I lead product and innovation at Arman. Arman is a non-profit that works in maternal and child health with a focus on preventive care. A woman dies in childbirth in India every 20 minutes, and for every woman who dies, 20 more suffer lifelong ailments, and 2 children under the age of 5 die every minute, and 40% of Indian children don't realize their full potential due to malnutrition, wasting, and stunting. And a large number of these deaths and disabilities are preventable, and hence our focus on preventive care. Arman runs multiple large-scale technology-based programs to target maternal and child mortality and morbidity. And our programs fall into one of two buckets. One, programs that empower women with preventive care information through pregnancy and infancy. And the idea there is to encourage health-seeking behavior. And two, programs that train and support health workers to provide better quality of care with a focus on timely detection and better management of high-risk conditions. Our programs have reached over 50 million women to date and over 500,000 health workers. Two of our largest programs are programs that we run in partnership with the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. These are Kilkari and Mobile Academy. We also have a high-risk pregnancy management program that's live statewide in Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, and very recently has also been rolled out to 2 districts in Uttar Pradesh. But the program I'm going to talk about today is our flagship program called M-Mitra, which we launched a little over a decade ago. So M-Mitra sends weekly or bi-weekly pre-recorded calls to women through pregnancy and infancy. We enroll women starting the 4th month of pregnancy, and the weekly calls continue till the child turns 1. So this is a total of 141 messages, and the program has reached over 2 million women to date. The preventive care messages we cover range from the importance of antenatal and postnatal care, nutrition, family planning, immunization, child health. And we conducted an RCT a few years ago. We saw that the M-Mitra program resulted in a 30% increase in the number of infants who tripled their birth weight at the end of first year, and a similar increase in women who complete at least 4 antenatal checkups. But like M-Health programs around the world, M-Mitra also faces the challenge of dwindling user engagement and over time and increasing dropouts. So consider the fact that this program is actually 1.5 years long. So it's very easy for the woman to stop listening at some point in the middle, but we want her to be exposed to the entire message pack, because the information is targeted and state specific, so the information continues to be relevant to her till the child turns 1. We have a small call center from which we can make service calls to beneficiaries to figure out, what is the reason they are not listening. So we offer to change the language in which they receive calls, we can change the phone number on which they receive calls, we can change the time slot in which they receive calls. But as we are a non-profit, we can only make a small number of calls every week, and M-Mitra often has up to 100,000 beneficiaries at a time. So the problem can be stated like this. We have a large number of beneficiaries from which we need to choose a small number, K, for a live intervention every week. The intervention here is a live service call. And the overall objective is to maximize the number of calls that get listened to. What we initially thought was, let's start with the women who've recently become inactive. And that number was always greater than the total number of calls we could make, but at least it was a start. And initially we saw good results, but often what happens is that the call itself may not change the beneficiary state. And sometimes beneficiaries would reactivate on their own or stop listening on their own. At any given time, the number of beneficiaries at risk of deactivation also always appeared larger than the number of calls we could make. So here we worked with Google Research to use multi-arm bandits to build this solution. We worked with Milind Tambe and Aparna Taneja to build this solution. And what we did was we basically modeled each beneficiary as having 2 states, a good state where she was listening to the calls and a bad state where she was not listening to calls. And the state could change from week to week. And there were 2 actions, 2 interventions that were available on a weekly basis, which was to either do nothing or to make a service call. And there's always a transition matrix for every beneficiary where her state can change from good to bad or vice versa, or bad to good or vice versa, based on whether we make the intervention or not. So here's the overall process we followed. We started with data collection. So because this was a program in which we were enrolling beneficiaries ourselves, we could actually collect rich demographic details about each beneficiary. We collected education, income, phone ownership, the number of pregnancies the woman has had. And we realized that a woman's probability of listening, not listening, responding to the service call actually depended on these demographic characteristics. In addition to this, because this was an IVR-based service, we also collected data around how many attempts it took to reach a woman, whether she answered the call or not, and how many seconds of the message she listened to. So all of this was used to build the model, and we picked K beneficiaries every week over a long period of time, and then we went into an RCT. So this RCT was led by my colleague Neha Mariwala. We conducted the RCT with about 23,000 beneficiaries, which were divided into 3 groups. The control group received the same baseline standard of care. Then there was an AI group which received interventions selected by the restless multi-arm bandit model. And we also had a sequential round-robin approach where we would just go sequentially and make regular calls to women a certain time period after they enrolled. And every week for each of the arms, we had 225 interventions. And we measured how many more health messages were listened to by the 2 intervention arms compared to the control arm. And we saw that the AI group actually reduced drop-offs by 32% compared to the baseline over a period of about 2 months. We've now deployed this program, the solution Saheli, in the M-Mitra program. It's been live for a little over 2 years. It served over 3 lakh beneficiaries to date. We've prevented 30% drop-offs. And for the bottom quartile of listeners, the exposure to this essential critical preventive care information has more than doubled. And now we are also conducting a health study to link improved listenership to actual improved health behaviors and outcomes. So this was our M-Mitra program. We are also now working on multiple AI projects across our programs. So Kilkari, which is the national program for which Arman is the implementation partner, is very similar to M-Mitra, except that we don't do the enrollment ourselves. The enrollment happens through health workers on the ground when a woman registers her pregnancy. But this means that we don't have demographic information about these women. All we have is their listenership patterns. So we are using a very similar approach to what we did for M-Mitra with 2 key differences. 1, there's no demographic information, and 2, there's no call center, because this program reaches 35 lakh women currently and has reached over 50 million women to date. And the intervention is not a call center because this is a national program. Here we ask the ASHA worker to intervene with a small number of beneficiaries. And this is truly a resource constraint problem because ASHA workers are already overworked. So we need to identify the beneficiaries who will benefit the most from the intervention and allocate those to the ASHA. For the same program, we are also running a pilot to identify the best time slot to call a beneficiary to maximize the chances of her picking up the call and engaging with the service. This is also in partnership with Google Research. We are also working on a few LLM-based projects in our programs and services that have a WhatsApp component. So to conclude, I want to share some broad principles that we use across our AI projects. One being, start with the problem and not with the technology. So we pick problems that are rooted in real user needs. We follow an evidence-based iterative approach where we have the objectives of each phase of research very clear right at the beginning. And we start with small studies and pilots before deploying at scale. Collaboration is key to deploying AI solutions for social impact. We don't have in-house AI expertise, so we work with external collaborators. But what we bring to the collaboration is expertise in programs, product, design, and research, and a deep understanding of the field and the users. All of our AI work goes through an ethics review. We are very committed to responsible AI. And our work is also rooted in equity. So we make sure that we follow inclusive design principles and think about equity at scale. We also care deeply about data privacy and security, given that we work with multiple collaborators. We make sure that no information that's personally identifiable is shared with any collaborators. So at Arman, we are trying to build an innovation process that's human-centered, data-driven, and evidence-based. We don't want to use AI or deploy AI solutions as an end in itself. We use AI to make our programs more engaging, more effective, and that's a way for us to serve millions of women and children better. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation. So far we've... Hello? Hello? Yeah. Thank you so much, Ms. Mahale, for that presentation. So far we've had 2 presentations in healthcare across TB and maternal and child health. Now, for our last presentation, we move to education, which is being delivered by Mr. Vishal Sunil, who is the Chief Technology Officer at Rocket Learning. Just for the speaker's information, if you didn't notice, we have somebody in the front keeping time to...
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. I think they've spoken a lot, and the principles that they've spoken about are true even for us, right? I think that, we're talking about real-world AI solutions, so let's talk about the real world really quickly. So what Rocket Learning is doing is that we're an EdTech non-profit. We're trying to close the learning gap for 75 million underserved preschool and primary children across India so that they can have the future that many of us or many of the underserved population missed out on, right? So let's set up the context and opportunity, which is that India has the largest daycare system in the world, right? These are known as Anganwadi centers run by the Ministry of Women and Child Development. There are roughly 2 a village and 14 lakh centers serving 4 crore or 40 million children across India, right? This is great. This means that we've taken huge strides in terms of nutrition and other health benefits, right? This is how the wonderful centers look like in our villages today. It's an iconic center of every village that we go to. What we found is that education in the Anganwadi system has actually not been a big priority, right? With NEP coming in, National Education Policy coming in, there's a renewed light and focus on educations in Anganwadi centers. However, the system, there are a few gaps that we need to address, right? Anganwadi workers, lack the skill and training and maybe the confidence to be a teacher. Overall education dissemination in the Anganwadi center is quite low, with about 15 minutes of instructional time on average, right? But however, there's a big stark divide, right? 90% of your brain development happens by the time you're 5, right? What does this mean? This means that a high-quality structured ECE, which is early childhood education, intervention, is crucial for overcoming socio-economic barriers because your cognitive development is not something you can catch up later on in life, right? And so prioritizing ECE in an efficient way is really key to societal progress and, the mission at 2047 that we all talk about, right? Another great thing in India is that smartphones are now nearly ubiquitous, and this provides a big opportunity for technology to transform education for all children, right? So that's the context. So let me talk to you a little bit about our vision and our mission, right? Which is that we want every child to feel supported. Nobody here is born alone in the world, right? We're all born with family around us, teachers, caregivers, right? What we want to do is to make sure that these same people in low-income communities feel supported such that they are able to make their children, help their children become school-ready and life-ready, right? So we want to leverage technology to support the nurturing adults in our life to do this, right? So how do we do that, right? So we take a 3-pronged approach. I know, complicated problems require complicated solutions, and so we often take a 3-pronged approach, which is your mother is often the first teacher in your life, right? All of our lives, our mother is the first teacher in our life, right? So how can we enable her and the people around you, people around the child, to engage and be a part of their cognitive development? So we have a parental engagement model, which is supposed to be a high engagement tech-based model that can serve parents across India. We also have a teacher empowerment framework where we use the same principles of our high engagement technology base, but to help teachers, Anganwadi workers in this case, become teachers in their everyday lives and use knowledge and practice, right? And finally, we support the system through advocacy, policy, or project management, right? So let's just see a little bit on how it works for parents. So overall, we form like digital classrooms on WhatsApp, where we have 1 teacher and 10 to 50 parents in this group, right? Over there, we send 2-minute bite-sized activities that teach you how to do a particular activity at home. Requires no material. It could be as simple as finding all the round objects around you or sorting things by size, right? So all of these videos have a call to action at the end of it, right, on these WhatsApp groups. And the way that you get credit for what you've done is to share a video or an image of what you've done back on the group, right? So this encourages people to send it back and get encouragement from teachers. The main thing here is that it causes peer effects, right? So usually when you're in an app or a chatbot, you're one-on-one, right? So there's nobody keeping you accountable. Social accountability is super key to long-term engagement, right? So we try to build that in our technology and in our principles. But finally, maybe the teacher is busy, maybe just your neighbors, can't be responding to you every day, right? So what we've then built is a platform that is able to nudge you and keep you in the high engagement brackets through behavioral nudges, social rewards, and incentives, right? I'd love to have played this video for you, but the summary of this is that we've collected over 130 million responses from our parents in about 2 lakh groups so far. So I would say we've been quite successful at creating high engagement education groups so far, right? What this also comes from is about 9 states that we work in, 100 districts, 2.2 million children, and the impact lies in that compared to 40% in control, 70% of children are now able to recognize letters and describe pictures, and the engaged children reach the top 30% of their class, right? So that's something that we're really excited about. We're also trying to pull together the policy and the advocacy. I think the government has also recognized the need for ECE, so we've been able to unlock a 1,300 crore budget for retraining these Anganwadi workers as teachers, and also the Poshan Bhi Padhai Bhi, which is the first time that we're not just focusing on Poshan or nutrition, but including education in the Anganwadi space, so that every single child can get early childhood education. We also helped launch the first national curriculum for ECCE, and sort of the framework, which is Adarsh, Sheila, and Navchetna. Do check it out sometimes. But now to jump ahead to AI, right? So we have all this data, we have all these parents, we have all these groups, right? So how do we use AI in an effective manner, right? I think somebody alluded to it before, but it's human-centric approach to AI, right? So we know that this is the impact journey that all of our users go through, right? They go through coverage, which is first getting the group, joining the group, onboarding, right? Through activation, engagement, retention, finally to mindset change, where they feel confident to be the teachers, and to learning and learning outcome, right? So what excites us is that AI can help us reach this depth at scale, right? So we're at big scale, but we need the depth, right, that maybe a teacher next to you can provide, right? So that's what AI can help us do by personalized learning, getting instant feedback, learning feedback to our children, and we're really excited to build this, and we've been lucky enough to be awarded for AI by Google org for AI for Global Goals for 1.5 million grant, which has helped us come together, put together a universe of AI, which we think is key to helping nurturing adults and children move along the impact journey, right? The first milestone of which is how do we provide qualitative analytics, right? And as automatic assessments to our children, right? So all this time we count worksheets or we give marks or those things. Those are all quantitative, right? So how do we give them back personalized feedback on how they're doing, maybe what they can improve in a way that is nurturing, right? That's something that we're looking to solve. I'll talk to you more about these milestones coming up. Milestone 2 is to create a fully automated program that runs and maximizes your engagement, similar to the multi-am bandit problem that was mentioned before, right, for our cohort of 3 million children in 2025. And thirdly is to use LLMs and generative AI to actually, as somebody said in the earlier panel, India has 100 languages that are spoken by millions of people, right? So how do we then get this to scale fast across a context like India, right? So I think that's something that we really want to do with a high level of personalization. So the first thing that we built is actually automatic homework sheet grading, which is that a child can annotate the worksheet like you see below, right? They annotate the worksheet and we're able to draw bounding boxes on it and tell you which particularly they got right and wrong, right? So you don't have to be in an application, you don't have to be on any app, right? Or you don't have to have any special software. You just annotate on WhatsApp or draw on your home, send us a photo back, we assess it and give it back to you, right? This is something that we've been able to do by building from the community as well. We actually, with a panelist here, Karya, we've been able to build and collect data ethically from the low-income communities, remunerate them for that, and create it such that 100 distinct worksheet types across 3 languages are all assessed automatically with an area of interest-specific pattern, right? So we've been able to get 90% accuracy and processing over 50,000 images a day in this, right? So we've deployed it at scale. The second is, the multi-arm bandit approach that we're talking about, which is reinforced learning, which is that how do each parent, each one of us might be motivated by different things, right? And might be motivated at different things at different times. So how do we keep this moving? How do we keep the program fresh? How do you make sure that the 3 years they're able to engage continuously, right? So what we found is that by doing ABs and these sort of things, right, we've been able to find different strategies for us to excite our user base, right? And sort of, for example, goal settings or self-comparison and so on, right? I'll go into the AI model very quickly. I'm a little bit short on time. But the third and final one that I'm really excited to talk to you about is, how do you do generative AI to transform content creation, right? We all need content that's personal and specific to us, right? You can generate illustration, do translation. I won't talk about that so much. What we recently ran as a pilot with Anganwadis, where we found that they were able to ask us, give us prompts, and we were able to generate stories for their classroom based on their children, right? And we're running a study on it now to find out the impact, but initial qualitative things are like, this is amazing, because if you were in the classroom and you heard your name in a rhyme, that makes you instantly more engaged and more likely to do it, right? So this is something that is really transformative in how we're doing it, right? Very quickly at a 2-minute level on sort of what we're using to do all of this, right? We're using a couple of algorithms called Pix2Seq and ResNet, which is binary classification, and Pix2Seq is more like the LLM of image processing. So, it predicts the next pixel, whether the pixel is right or wrong, right? So all of these approaches, I just wanted to quickly touch upon and say that, they've had pros and cons. ResNet or YOLO sort of have better response times and can be scaled faster, right? But Pix2Seq is more accurate, right? So what we find is that there's always a trade-off in these things, right? So, and secondly, on sort of how we do the nudge personalization, this looks really complicated, but I'll try to break it down, right? Which is that there are 2 strategies, right? First is you find a automatically clustered group of individuals and say that you're all similar in this way, that you like goal setting, right? And this allows us to greatly enhance generalization, computational accuracy, and scalability. The second part of it is something called Thompson sampling, which sort of solves the exploration and exploitation problem, which is that, if we just pick a good strategy and keep going at it, somebody will get bored, right? So right now what we do is we try to split it up as, an algorithm that about 10% of the time or 20% of the time tries something new, right, to the same user. By trying something new, it learns something more, so that the next year, it's even better, right? And finally, just with the LLM use case, how we're able to, have Anganwadi workers request their own stories and rhymes is to sort of have a set of tools, a set of LLMs, as everybody's been saying, everything specializes at something, right? To have them, audio LLMs or story generation, to have that, and to have our content bank as our key context, right? Have some vocabulary and bounding conditions, and for it to only use our content bank to generate something we call Rocket LLM, and then finally expose that to a user. But yeah, thank you so much for your time. Very short, very quick. But I'd love to speak to you all a little later in more depth.
Thank you so much for that. I'd request everyone to please be seated as we now move on to a more engaging part of this session. We now move on to the moderated panel discussion, which will be moderated by Ms. Surbhi Agarwal, who's an editor of technology, an editor technology at Economic Times. Ms. Shrujana Merugu, who is a principal scientist at Amazon. We will also have Dr. Vivek Raghavan, who is the co-founder of Sarvam AI. We will have Mr. Manu Chopra, who is the CEO of Karya. We'll have Mr. Priya Nagpurkar, who is the vice president of Cloud and the AI platform at IBM Research. And in addition to that, last but not the least, we'll have Ms. Aditi Namdeo, who's the director of strategic initiatives at JPAL. Thank you for staying with us, everybody, so far. Over to you, Ms. Surbi.
Thank you, Bhavya. A very good evening to all of you. I'm Surabhi Agarwal. I'm editor technology of Economic Times. I don't have to say much. We've had speakers like Mr. Jayesh Ranjan setting the stage. We've had these 3 great presentations. But before I move to the moderated panel discussion, I have a quick round of questions for the audience. Who can tell me which is the most valuable company in the world? Very quickly. Yes, please. All right. What is the LLM by OpenAI? Sorry, loudly please. All right. Who's used Gemini here? Hands up. All right. Meta AI? Great. Claude? Fine. Who can name 3 apps of AI? Sorry? Only one person can name? Okay, 2 people can name apps of AI. Sorry, we are in an AI conference. You guys have been listening to AI since morning and only 2 hands up for AI apps. I just did this exercise to set the context for this session. You know, while NVIDIA, ChatGPT, Gemini, Google, everybody is getting all the buzz around AI. But AI apps are really the ones which are going to lead the next generation, next phase of AI development in the world, right? I think one of the panelists here said that what they're doing is really for the masses, not for the 5%. AI right now, in a way, is very elitist, right? But the next phase of its development is something that will touch all of us, right? Every app on your phone right now is going to become an AI app if it is not already. So with that context, I'm going to start this discussion. We'll try to make it as engaging as possible. If anybody has any questions, feel free to raise hands. Please, let's make it a free-flowing conversation. Let's make it fun. I'll start with Regina. You've done a lot of work at Amazon on AI, right? We are talking about apps. We are talking about AI at scale. What are the best practices that we can sort of take from you?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Surabhi, and thanks to Meiti and Bhavya for the invitations. Like, really nice to be here with you all today. And let me just begin with saying that, you know, I was super inspired listening to the AI case studies. And one thing that struck me, and like you called Surabhi, is that machine learning and AI touches our lives in a lot of ways, right? And it's not really just AI. It's really the coming together of multiple different things. Over the last few decades, you've seen these huge advances in data management, internet computing technologies, platforms, hardware, and they've all come together to create an amplifying effect, and that has brought about this massive transformation that we are seeing now. Now, coming back to your question, Surabhi, if you just look at these verticals, e-commerce and healthcare, education, there are a lot of commonalities there. If you just think about it, right? See, all of them involve producers of various commodities and services and consumers of those commodities and services, right? And what we really wish to do is make these transactions very efficient and, you know, minimize risk. That's what we are trying to do. And so you can obviously see that given these parallels, there are going to be problems which are common. In fact, like, I was smiling away when people were talking about Band-Aids, right? Because that's what we do elsewhere. We look at recommendation systems, forecasting, reputation assessment. It's common to all of these verticals, and there's just a little tweak needed to transition something that works in one domain to another. And you would notice that a lot of models and algorithms that are developed in the corporate sector make their way to social sector and vice versa. Now, having said that, I would like to step back and comment on a few aspects I wish you know, that are so prevalent in the corporate world and we could take to the social sector. And I would call them maybe the 3 Ps. The first one is platforms. See, we are all so enamored by AI, right? It sounds so cool. But I feel that, you know, hiding under our noses is this very powerful abstraction, which is platforms, matching platforms, group formation platforms. Essentially, platforms bring together users of different types together to satisfy some need. For instance, you know, search engines bring together content creators and content consumers. If you look at e-commerce marketplaces, they bring together buyers and sellers. look at ride-sharing apps, they bring together riders, drivers, and so on, right? And this is what's really revolutionized our whole ecosystem. Now you might be wondering, what has AI got to do this? Well, see, you could have these systems, and the primary value of these systems is minimizing risk, efficient matchmaking, efficient communications, and you can probably, make do without AI, but AI really supercharges all of these platforms. So what's happening here is the platforms draw data from their users. AI uses this data to magnify the platform efficiency, and then that brings in more users. Right? So you have a very powerful network effect going on, and there's a huge distribution, and distribution trumps everything, finally. So what's happened in the corporate world is there's this strong cognizance of the criticality of platforms, and there is a big focus on using AI to improve the platform efficiency. And I feel that's something the societal sector, the social sector could benefit from, just this paradigm, right? So this is the number one thing, platforms. The number two thing, I think, is the process of developing AI models. Now, if you consider AI system, what makes them successful is, number one, a deep understanding of the problem requirements. It is not the technology, it is a deep understanding of what needs to be done. Number two, data, then compute, and people to build the solutions. Of course, I'm pushing away the modeling and the solution away, but these are the four critical factors. Now, with the emergence of foundation models, what's happening is this big democratization of AI capabilities. What used to take seasoned ML professionals months to implement can now be done by a domain expert who is a bit tech savvy in days or hours. And I'm not at all exaggerating, and we were just talking, Manu was just talking about some examples. So this is happening all over the place. So this addresses the people aspect to some extent, but we have the other three factors: data, compute, and even this figuring out the problem requirements. And here I feel that in the corporate world, there's actually more streamlining and more rigor in the process of how you define the problems, the diligence around the data, the modeling, evaluation, review, safeguards. And this, I feel, is something that's critical for us to take everywhere. And I'm not saying that it's not there yet. It is there, like listening to Amrita and Vishal. Definitely it is there, but we need to do more of it, and it's important to build robust, scalable systems. The third point I want to call out is purpose, or maybe I should call it price because it's the corporate world. So there is a lot more clarity of purpose, right? And that's important. Let me explain why. Because it's not that the purpose is necessarily good. I mean, these are revenue generating companies, but because there is a common purpose, it is easier to align disparate teams, it's easier to objectively evaluate multiple solutions, and so on. And that's important because these AI systems have a lot more degrees of freedom, so the objective that you want to optimize needs to be very well fleshed out, and everybody needs to know what that objective is, whether it is revenue, whether it's something else. So one thing I feel that social sector could also benefit from is more visibility on these North Star metrics. What do we really want to optimize for in healthcare? And it's not an easy question. It's not that easy to arrive at one or two metrics. But having that metrics well defined and socialized will actually help us align efforts, especially because the social sector is spread across multiple orgs. Yeah. So I'll stop here because I took way too long.
No,
yeah.
Sure. Thank you for that very interesting answer, Shrujana. You mentioned about democratization through AI, right? I'd like to come to Dr. Vivek Raghavan. For those who don't know, probably before Sarvam, he's been associated with some of the biggest projects that Government of India has done, including Aadhaar. So I want to understand from you that, obviously from your experience of working from at Sarvam, as well as projects like Aadhaar, how can we aggregate use cases across various government projects to sort of drive efficiencies of scale. Probably there are few people of your stature who would understand how difficult it is to get the entire government machinery to come together and work for a common cause.
Yeah, first of all, thank you so much for inviting me to this event. I think that's one of the things that you see, and I think it's got somewhat to similar to what Srijana was saying about platforms, right? The key point that you need to understand is that there are so many of these projects that need to be done, and they need to be done across the country, and all these use cases are all unique, and every one is different. But when you go one layer below, there's a lot of commonality that is there between these use cases. And unless you start, instead of thinking of each one of them as being independent, to extract that core commonality and make it available in a form that various people can build on top of it easily. Right? Otherwise, we will, I think we'll build, and the reason why it's become more and more important, in fact, most of the use cases that were talked about before, we were actually talking about fairly small models, okay? Most of the models are actually not very, and while if you look at what has happened in the last generative AI in the last year and a half, is that the size of these models have become significantly, the computational things has become significantly more expensive to even run and stuff like that. And so therefore, unless you create these kinds of ways where there is this aggregation of a certain core capabilities that a number of different use cases can use, you will not be able to do things efficiently. And by default, then what that will mean is that you will go to the existing platforms, which I'm not saying is a good thing or a bad thing, but in the end, that's what's going to end up happening. And we have to build these. And I think we have to. We have to have these things on which we need to be able to do. So one of the things that we are doing at Sarvam, of course, Sarvam is the goal is to actually build LLMs that are relevant for India and stuff like that. And the goal is to actually do two things, right? One is that to be able to have a place where it's easy to aggregate use cases, easy to do those kinds of things, and actually you can actually provide these kind of small models that understand, small in the LLM world, which is still not so small, but that can understand these kinds of things and allow basically the core components of voice, of digitization, of being able to do these at the highest quality and the lowest cost, so that you can actually build a platform that many people can use. For example, we do believe that in terms of calling, we should be able to actually do calls, and here we are talking about actually bots calling to people in their own language at less than ₹1 a minute. Okay, so therefore, that's something that we think we can achieve by doing this kind. And we are just saying this is our platform, but I'm saying in general, the concept means that there needs to be platforms that do these things.
You spoke about building platforms in Indian languages. I'd like to come to Manu now, I guess, who's probably doing a lot of groundwork and sort of pioneering the kind of work that his organization Karya is doing, where they've partnered with, I think, companies like Microsoft to build AI bottoms up, which is from the grassroots. I leave it to him to sort of explain how this is happening. My question to him is, how do we make sure that these models, this kind of data that we are collecting, the models that we are building, has sort of a long shelf life, is sort of, I think one of the speakers here at the Jayesh Saket talked about, privacy issues when it comes to databases. How are you making sure that while we are building this database, and India, as we know, is one of the largest data markets in the world, we have probably the largest internet users, the largest data block. We are building this database, it's an asset to the world, but we have to make sure that our own rights are also protected. How are you taking care of this?
Absolutely. So happy to be here. I think very grateful to Meti for setting the stage up, and I think it's been so lovely to hear from everyone on the panel. Karya is the Sanskrit word for work that gives you dignity. That's exactly what we do. We bring dignified digital work to low-income communities across the globe. we are predominantly based here in India. This year we will employ 100,000 people across all 28 states. And we employ people to build high quality speech, image, video, and text data sets. So our workers sit at their homes wherever they are, and they use the Karya Android platform /web platform /desktop platform, and they basically do these micro tasks that lead to these data sets being built, right? We believe very strongly the conversation around ethical AI has to involve a conversation on wages, right? When we say AI, I think a lot of us assume, like if I asked everyone in the audience to think of what an AI engineer or an AI builder looks like, right? We think of maybe someone like us sitting in a swanky building like this, very fancy building or a very fancy office, right? But the world has far more data workers than they have AI engineers, right? We have 5 million plus data workers in the world today. A lot of them in this country, and Karya exists to bring that work to low-income communities ethically. We pay them 20 times the Indian minimum wage and train them to do more and more complex digital tasks, right? So they can do the kind of tasks that you are talking about, right? I think to summarize our experience of 7 years in one sentence, we believe that low-income communities in India are excellent builders of AI and excellent beneficiaries of AI, right? And India is both the AI use case capital, but also the AI building capital for the world. And I think when we employ people to build it, all the precautions that you mentioned need to be taken, right? One is we need to make sure that our data is available to our people, our startups, right? Which is why I think I'm so grateful for the incredible work that Bhashini is doing. Karya, like I think many organizations on this panel contributes to Bhashadan and make sure that we are working with the open source community. The second thing is we operate like a data cooperative. So wherever possible, we create worker-owned data sets. So our workers keep the in-principle ownership of their data, and they get royalties whenever that data is resold and shared with our commercial partners, which I think enables further economic opportunities for our workers, right? And I think fundamentally thinking about this ethically means how do we center our communities in the conversation on AI, right? And how do we make sure that the wages increase, people get value out of it. And of course, it goes without saying that, if you want to build inclusive AI, which I think everyone does, you just need to start by employing the people you want to include, right? So if the AI is gendered, that's because not enough women are involved in the process of building AI. If AI is not being equitable, right? The way to change that is by changing who gets to build the data sets. And I think that aligns beautifully with the government of India's mandate to be equitable and decolonize AI, like the GPI mission so declares. I think that is fundamentally linked to who gets to build AI, and doing that responsibly is very, very critical. Yeah.
Sure. That's very reassuring to hear. India is going to be the AI, not just the sort of consumer, but the builder of AI for the world, paying 20 times the minimum wages, royalties, etc. I'd like to come to Aditi now. Aditi, as JPAL, you've sort of studied a lot of government programs. From your experience, what is it that the government can do to come together and really make a difference when it comes to this entire transformation and the potential that AI has? How can we realize it fully?
Great, thanks. Thanks for that question. And again, thanks to Maiti, thanks to the organizing team, Bhavya, for getting us for this very, very exciting discussion. And really liked how you started to engage the audience, Surabhi. I did like to also, through this question, introduce a little bit of what we do at JPAL. The Poverty Action Lab, incubated at MIT, not many people would know, has been working for over 2 decades now. Founded in 2003 by our founders Abhijit Banerjee and Esther Duflo, who received the Nobel Prize in 2019 for evangelizing what we today call as the randomized control trial methodology for evaluating programs. So what we do at JPAL with our network of 900 global researchers, 6 regional offices, and our work spanning across 11 sectors, agriculture, education, health, so on and so forth, is that at our core we evaluate things, and we do so by rigorous concurrent evaluations. And through those research evidences that we produce, we inform the government and we provide evidence to policy making and the policy makers to say, what works and what does not, and why does it not work for whatever reasons. AI has been, so to speak, the flavor of now over 1.5 years, if I may say so. And everywhere you see AI being touted as the next big thing. We saw very, very few such cases of general application of technology when it started with electricity, then it went to telephone, then it went to smartphones and internet, and now it's AI everywhere. And so what we've been looking at is that a lot of the government work and the use cases around AI have been hinged on the potential of it being able to scale massively. What we have been very squarely holding up a position on looking at how impact at its own can be measured, whether AI or no AI. Right? So we were doing evaluations when AI was still being used 10 years ago, but it wasn't as much of a hype. It wasn't considered to be a silver bullet, if I may say so. But the program, by as such, the efficacy of the program to deliver the outcome, which is the benefit to the beneficiaries, was being evaluated. And I would like to thank Amrita for that presentation, because she talked about the randomized control trials that they have used at Arman to be able to do what they did at the beginning. To come to your question as to what the government can do to leverage this potential, essentially MITI has started doing a lot of what they are doing through the mission by bringing collaborators into one single room. But there's a very, very sincere need of collaboration and very, very sincere need of bringing the developers, the tech companies, the policymakers, the donors, as well as the evaluators under one roof. And these conversations need to happen around the problem that the AI is trying to solve for, the solutions that are being developed, and the essential evaluation of the outcome that it would really lead to. And we've also seen that many a times in some of these case studies and conversations that we have just had are somewhat of an eye-opener to what I'm trying to say, because each one of them highlighted a little bit of a limitation to the potential that they can reach. Either it was a financial capital potential, or it was a potential to not being able to understand technology at its core, which the tech companies do very well, or it was the ability to connect with the grassroots level, which the social impact organizations do. So you see, each of these categories of collaborators hold a very unique piece and connect to that stakeholder group. And so bringing them together under one roof can only truly unlock or harness the potential for AI for social good, right? Because we are talking about public service delivery. So definitely getting all the collaborators together, making sure that the social impact organizations who are developing these solutions have the capability and the knowledge of the technology, they have the financial and the technical resources. And very importantly, what I also feel is, as Srijana mentioned, that these days AI applications will be produced in days, if not in hours, right? And that's a bit of a scary thought as well. So what are the guardrails and the risks and the mitigation mechanisms that we need to look out for? Together with this community, we also need to be able to create a socio-technical cultural framework of sorts, right? So the government holds the regulatory pieces and the developers hold the development piece. And so we need to be able to build some sort of a framework which makes sure that these developments and solution making are happening in the framework of what social context of the problem is, what are the cultural elements that it would really need to take care of, and then what are the technical considerations, whether the data that it has and the data it will source, like you said, security concerns, personalizations concern, privacy concerns, so on and so forth. So a very, very dire need of developing or co-developing a socio-technical framework of development. And this only the government can facilitate, and people like us and my organizations could come in to provide evidence across the globe of what has worked and what has not, to be able to do so.
Sure. Thank you so much, Aditi, for that very interesting answer. where you spoke about how a lot of different stakeholders can come together to really make things work and make a difference. Before I open it up for audience questions, I'll just quickly go to Priya from IBM. Priya, from your worldview, what is it that, IBM has been one of the pioneers in the field of AI, with things like Watson, which is now Watson.x, right? What are the best practices that the government could adopt? What have been your learnings? Any key takeaways here?
One of the things I would like to share, and first I'll say it's a great honor to be here, of course. One of the things I'll share is I think enabling seamless compute across hybrid environments, be it different clouds, on-prem, mobile phones, or even other devices, that's going to be a key element of successfully scaling the deployment of AI. And there are really 4 reasons. I think one came up about data privacy, data locality, and even regulations about whether that data is allowed to leave or move around. That dictates, that's one of the requirements that leads to hybrid environments, but there's also just the availability of resources. So we know that generative AI especially is an extremely resource-hungry workload, and just the compute requirements are huge, and they might not be all available in one place. And a third factor is whether you have this infrastructure captive or transient. Do you always need 1,000 GPUs, or do you want to use them on demand? And finally, where you will want to deploy it. Again, we saw various use cases. There could be industry settings, mobile phones, or even cloud environments. So this is going to be key, and the role of platforms has been brought up multiple times. So a platform's job in this case is to bridge between this diverse infrastructure and hardware that might be in different places, and make it available not only in a seamless, easy to consume, but also performant manner. If we look at the challenges of just keeping your thousands of GPUs utilized and still giving you the value you want, they are tremendous. So I want to make it real by sharing one example. And my research team is based in New York, so we partnered with the open science team from NASA, and we trained a geospatial foundation model together. And it's just so happened that the skills and resources happened to be in IBM Cloud in our AI infrastructure. So this model was trained there, but NASA wanted to make it available to the domain experts. So this was earth science data, right? So various temperature and land mass and so on, satellite observations. And so their desire then was to take this model and deploy it on AWS, where they had compute resources, and they ran a workshop with various earth and climate science experts who wanted to then tune this foundation model. And they did it for flood detection, burns, scar detection, and so on. And recently we heard about some colleagues in Africa who used it for detecting locust breeding grounds. So this is also the power of open science and open models that can be used in various environments. And now that the platform has proven to be valuable, they also want to deploy it at scale on their on-prem HPC cluster and make it available there. So I think this is going to be a key element of successfully scaling. Driving the cost down of AI is going to be a key element. And I think on that, one last thing I will say is everybody is so focused on training these huge large language models right now, but we have to remember that it's the inference that is going to drive the volume. And that's where you're going to deploy and infuse applications with AI. And driving down that cost is what will lead to value creation, return on investment. So that's where a lot of our focus is. How can we make that possible?
Thanks for making that great point where all the buzz right now is around LLMs, but how we use them to, especially at scale, is something which will make the real difference. I really also like the point that you made about using resources carefully. So thank you so much for that answer. I'd like to open it up for audience questions now. If anybody has any questions, please identify yourself and also identify the panelists to whom the question is directed to. Yes, please. Ma'am, please. Can somebody please run over with the mic to the lady in the front?
Thanks each of you. Surbhi, you're really impressed by your amazing moderation. I'm Professor Charu. I deal with digital transformation in public sector. I teach government officers on various aspects of technology. So hearing startups was definitely an eye-opener. I'm just concerned about green computing and the kind of power guzzling, the kind of carbon emissions that are happening while we are celebrating AI. Yes, I see some happy faces. Please address my concern. Thank you. Any of you would do.
Yeah, maybe I'll jump in because I addressed cost, but I really wanted to also point out energy efficiency. I think we all know, there are many examples of where commitments to, energy efficiency targets are really in jeopardy right now. Because we have committed, by 2030, we would be somewhere and so on. And AI has led to great data center expansion and investment in compute that's going exactly in the opposite direction. So I would say the good news there is cost efficiency, driving costs down, is also going to lead and help us in driving the energy efficiency to a better place. I think that's also going to necessitate, innovations in hardware, frankly, both hardware and algorithmic innovations. Hopefully, we'll see the rise of more fit-for-purpose models. Not everybody needs a trillion parameter model for everything that we need to do. So I think if we adopt that mindset, and we actually are already seeing that. I think we heard in the earlier LLM session that perhaps more, not only fit-for-purpose models, but more thought going into where do we apply huge LLMs versus where are there other ways and better ways of doing it. There are agentic systems that are emerging where if an LLM could call a calculator to add numbers, perhaps that's more efficient than having it calculate, mathematics. So I think all of these things together, but the key thing is for that to become a priority. So if we make it a priority, there will be ways to address it across the spectrum, from hardware to algorithms to better use of AI.
Thank you. Who else had a question? Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. Congratulations, all of you. My name is Gibson. I work for UNICEF. I'm the Chief of Technology and Innovation at UNICEF in India. It's very exciting times, and thank you so much for the presentation. I have a few questions. I can ask two? Okay. One concern that we have is, so AI, so far, the way we look at it is there's a risk of creating digital divide and enhancing that further, right? We have already challenges with the internet and devices. We have challenges that women can't access connect devices, and there's an imbalance between men and women. And so I don't know how, since you're saying scale, I'm not sure how you factored the digital divide in that narrative. I'd like to hear some ideas around that, because scale for me is scale, right? It's not scale in Delhi, Bangalore, and Mumbai, and not in Patna, and where we have those challenges, for example. That is one question I have. I think Ms. Srijana from Amazon, she talked about platforms. That was very exciting. But what I'm not sure is the business models, or how we're going to deploy this solution. In UNICEF, and where we are a founder of DPGA, as you know, we are very keen on, and India as a government is very keen on developing DPGAs. Why? If we are scaling, these solutions are not meant, I suppose you want to share them outside of India. And so if you want to share this out of India, the pathway then that we see is DPGAs. And I think this is something which has come up. So the platforms that you are discussing, I'm assuming this will be independent platforms. It is very important, so then you can have access globally. And if we are to address the SDGs, then these good solutions need to be deployed, shareable across the globe. And I know India is very keen on that. So when we talk about platforms, I'm not, hopefully not the business platforms per se, but these are independent platforms. So that the entry barrier can be low, and then more countries can benefit. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I will also hand to Manu in a bit. So thanks so much for the question. And the point of mentioning platforms was to say that, you know, we need these platforms in the social sector available across globe. And I think Manu has some great examples of what they're doing with Karya, especially in Africa. You want to take it? Yeah.
Oh, of course. I think point very well taken on platforms, and I think making sure these platforms are DPGs is extremely critical to scale, right? I think one thing we are doing, we expanded to Kenya last month, Ethiopia this month, Ghana, Senegal, Tanzania later this year. And as we do these expansions, it's via our platforms, right? So we're basically onboarding incredible organizations in these countries, on the platform. We provide 6 weeks of training, and that's it. And in these organizations, we've in fact built this no-code interface where they can just go on the platform and in their local language, let's say in Amharic in Ethiopia, they can say, design a Karya app for me where workers are shown an image. All my images are in this Google Drive folder or this OneDrive folder. Once I have the images, I want the workers to record like their response to that image. I want to build a speech data set. Whatever the recordings is, put it in this folder, like validate it. Whenever it's all done, just send me a ping on my email. And that's it. And you can just give that natural language command. And AI today is so good that that's not at all a hard thing. And within a few microseconds, it creates the APK, it creates the login, and you're all set to go, right? So our partners, some of whom don't have technical teams, doesn't matter. We're working with worker unions, with local nonprofits, and they're able to scale this, and that's fantastic, right? And the platform will become like a DPG, right? And I think this is just one of, I can think of 1,000 examples of, what the nonprofit ecosystem in the country is doing around making sure that these platforms scale globally. On your former point, I think, it's a great point you made that, it's been 30 years since the internet was created, and even today, 2.9 billion people in the world have no access to the internet. So imagine if 30 years from now, we're in the Global India AI Summit, 20 whatever, and we are basically saying, oh, AI changed your life and my life, but 2.9 billion people still have no access to AI. And that would certainly deepen the digital divide that already exists. I think the solution to that is the work that people on the stage do, the work that Rocket Learning does, the work that Arman does, to make sure that we are bringing these cutting-edge AI solutions to people everywhere, not just people in our cities, but really understanding the dialects of the people. And I think it would be fantastic if we could hear from Vivek on this, because Sarvam also focuses on dialectal diversity and making sure our languages are understood.
No, I think the question of, and I want to take an optimistic view and not, is that one of the things is the digital divide is real and we have to actually work to bridge it. But the fact is that it is potentially, if the intent is there, it's potentially easier to bridge the divide today than it has ever been before. So, and I think that if that intent is there, and I think that I hope there is enough people in the world who have that intent to actually the ability to be able to teach every child in the world, or the ability to give everybody good health care. This is something that was, I think, the capacity to do that in the world of AI is certainly much more than it was ever before. Having said that, how do we ensure access? And that's really, you have to really look at what are the reasons why somebody doesn't have access. Language may be one, but there may be many, many other reasons why somebody does not have access. And to really go and look at those reasons and cut them down, it has to be a very conscious effort. But I think the same technology gives us the ability to actually bridge this at a cost which was actually much lower than it ever would have been before.
Can I just add that just on the point of your scaling point, which is it a scale or is it a gender conscious scale? Because that is also something that you asked for, that, so that's where is also the whole cautious scaling of the applications and making sure that we are looking at indicators of progress in a very calibrated way and a benchmark way, which is where also this whole framework of evaluation and also making sure that we are putting together the outputs and the outcomes that we want to reach to in a much more forward and a foresight way, rather than sort of scaling mindlessly and looking at what it may bring to us later. So just want to also address that point, which is it just scale, or is it a conscious scale that we are looking at? Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to briefly touch upon your first question on the digital divide, which I think is interesting because even as Vivek pointed out, there are various dimensions to this. Certainly there is a digital divide, and in fact one of the things that we do in nearly all of our projects is make sure that whenever we develop AI that it's deployed on an edge device, that you do not need internet connectivity and so on. But that doesn't really solve the digital divide problem, it just addresses it. But there are ways in which AI can be used to, in fact, solve the digital divide problem, at least to a certain extent. So with large language models, for example, and the improvements in speech technologies, people don't need to be able to digitize things on their own. They can just speak, and you can have bots that listen to them speak and create structured digitized data sets from that. That's one example. Second is from our own work, one of the things we do is human anthropometry, baby anthropometry measurement in the field, where we are actually using AI to automatically digitize infant measurements like their weight, their height and their chest circumference and so on. We just take a short video of the baby and the AI infers the weight of the baby, and this is automatically digitized and fairly accurate, and it's stored in the backend. So AI can enable digitization like this in many ways.
At a 1 minute level, I just want to say that I think we have to move the conversation from digital divide to AI divide, right? I think digital divide is something that might be of the past, but the AI divide, if AI was to be employed the way that we are doing it right now, through ChatGPT, to type modalities, right? Or even through, paid access, right? There will definitely be an AI divide in 10 years. Right? If not a digital divide. So maybe the conversation needs to shift also to AI divides, which is how many of those that have a smartphone are benefiting from the AI, right? Most of these people are actually suffering. The people who suffer most from AI are those who are getting their job replaced, right? They're the ones also not benefiting from the AI. So we should look to be inclusive in that way, that they're the ones also being benefited.
Thank you, Vishal, and thank you to all of you, all the panelists, for a very amazing conversation. I think the sheer breadth
have a last question?
of...
Can we have a last question?
I'm sorry, we've really run out of time, but the panelists are here, so you can please take it offline. My apologies, we'll have to really wrap up the session now. Just wanted to thank all of you for being so patient, all the panelists for the amazing views, and I think what Vishal said has left us with some food for thought, that while we're talking about the digital divide, the AI divide is something that we really need to ponder upon, and how we can make it more inclusive, more development, and AI for all. Thank you so much. Have a great day ahead.
Thank you, everyone. I'd like to take just a minute to felicitate all the dignitaries on stage. So at first, we'll have Mr. Sudhir Reddy from MIT felicitate the moderator, Ms. Surbhi Agarwal, editor, Economic Times. Round of applause. Thank you. Ms. Agarwal, I'd request you to stay on stage and felicitate each speaker one by one. So at first, we have Dr. Alpan Raval, who's the Chief ML Scientist at Vadvani AI. Next up, we have Mr. Vishal Sunil, Chief Technology Officer at Rocket Learning. Next, we have Ms. Amrita Mahale, who's the Head of Product at Arman. Next, we have Dr. Vivek Raghavan, who's the co-founder of Sarvam AI. Next, we have Ms. Shujana Meruku, who's Principal Scientist at Amazon. Mr. Manu Karya, who's the CEO, Mr. Manu Chopra, who's the CEO of Karya. Apologies. Ms. Priyanka Nagpurkar, who's the Vice President of Cloud at IBM Research. And lastly, we have Ms. Aditi Namdeo, who's the Director of Strategic Initiatives at JPAL. Thank you so much for attending, everyone. If you have any further questions, please ask the panelists offline.
Summit team at Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. It's my honor to welcome you for the session on India AI, ensuring trust, safety, and governance in the AI age. Holistic governance of AI is an imperative of our time, a point of convergence where technology, policy, ethics, and social needs intersect. As AI rapidly evolves, governance has become essential for responsible growth and integration. Building on last year's GPI Summit, where we explored in the evolving international governance landscape for AI, this year we are shifting our focus to domestic lens, recognizing the effective AI governance requires a nuanced understanding of both global and local context. India is taking this charge through Safe and Trusted AI initiative under India AI mission, and India mission aiming to promote responsible AI practices and ensure fairness, transparency, and security. Most recently, MeitY also launched a call for expression on interest for organizations to explore and submit proposals on responsible AI themes for building tools and framework across different sectors. It touches upon different themes, including machine learning, synthetic data generation, algorithm, fairness tools, etc. And at the backdrop of all these developments, we are hoping that through today's session, we'll be able to highlight the components and objective of Safe and Trusted AI initiative, explore India's role and contribution in the international forum like G20 and GPI, focus on integrating ethics into the AI development in line with UN SDGs, and deliberate on balancing technological innovation with governance to protect citizen interest. So now I would like to call upon our esteemed panelists to join us on the stage for a quick photograph. Shri S. Krishnan, Secretary MeitY, Mr. Jibu Elias, Fellow and Country Lead for India at Responsible Computing Challenge Mozilla, Shri Mahavir Singhvi, Joint Secretary NEST, Ministry of External Affairs, Dr. Balaram Ravindran, Head, Center for Responsible AI at IIT Madras, Mr. Tim Curtis, Director of UNESCO Office in New Delhi, Mr. Sharat Sharma, Co-founder iSpirit, Shri Deepak Goyal, Scientist G and Group Coordinator, Cyber Laws Division MeitY. We also have Dr. Urvashi Aneja, Director, Digital Future Lab. She is joining us virtually. And Mr. Arjun Goswami, Director, Public Policy, Cyril Amarchand Mangaldas. He'll be joining us shortly. Thank you so much. So without any further delay, it's our great pleasure to now call upon our esteemed keynote speaker, Shri S. Krishnan, Secretary MeitY, to deliver his keynote address and share his valuable insight on the future of AI governance in India. So please.
Moderator of this session, Mr. Jibu Elias. Panelists, Dr. Urvashi Aneja, who's joining us virtually. Dr. Balraman Ravindran, Professor at IIT Madras. Arjun Goswami, who's expected to join us shortly. Shri Mahavir Singhvi, Joint Secretary in the Ministry of External Affairs. Mr. Tim Curtis, Director and UNESCO Representative here in South Asia, Mr. Sharat Sharma, Co-founder of iSpirit, and Shri Deepak Goyal, my colleague in the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. I think the key issue, at least as far as AI is concerned, is the whole concern that the world has in terms of what the technology holds for all of us. All of us tend to look at technology with a great deal of suspicion when it first emerges. Most of us believe that it could virtually be the end of the world. We've had several moments in history, in industrial history definitely, where we have been very fearful of what impact technology will have, how it will change our lives, and what it may do to all of us. There was a time during the first industrial revolution for people who opposed new technology coming in. They were called Luddites. And they were people who tried to prevent technology from coming in. Equally, there have always been enthusiasts for new technology, people who have been willing to go forth where others have not been willing to, and that is what has led to a lot of technological change, and that is what has led to a lot of development and progress in human history. Those of you who are familiar with the film Oppenheimer, you're reminded again about what can happen with new technology coming in, particularly with what can happen if, in that case, nuclear fusion is unleashed and what impact it could have. And equally, there are people there who argue for another technology which might be even better than the technology that they were dealing with, which is fusion instead of fission. So, and that's an argument which still goes on in that particular area or space. But in the end, we eventually adopted that technology. In the end, the guardrails or guidelines for using that technology also got established. There were international treaties, international conventions. There were ways in which the ill effects of that technology could be contained and prevented. It's not as if the risks have completely gone away. There is eternal vigilance, even in the nuclear disarmament space, which we continue to do. So there are lessons for us in terms of how technology can be used and not unleashed. The same thing happens with AI. The fears are multifold. There's one fear, of course, which is the most extreme one, of what happens if the level of intelligence that machines have exceeds that of humans, and where would we end up with that? We have thinkers on that space in this panel who'd be possibly answering those questions far better than I can. Equally, there are fears as to what it would do to the way we work today, the kind of fears that we had vis-a-vis the Industrial Revolution. Productivity goes up to such an extent that many jobs will go away. And what happens when jobs go away and people start losing their jobs and productivity goes up, and the kind of work that one person or about 15, 20 people were doing and only one person is required to do that, then how do you find enough jobs for the rest? That is another fear which is fairly widespread. Clearly, it's a much more widespread fear in the Western world than it is in our side of the world. For the simple reason that the kind of jobs that are predominantly there in the services sector are the kind of jobs which could get automated and better done by machines. Traditionally, jobs which you imagine required a human mind could just get converted into jobs which could be done by machines. Typically a job like mine, right? I mean, which basically involves taking decisions on a range of inputs. It might be that, large offices could get replaced with much smaller teams which can quickly process whatever information is required and then move forward. And you might need far fewer people to run the offices than you need today. Clearly, white-collar employment of that range is much greater in the advanced world and in the Western world than it is in a country like India. So that risk in a country like India, you don't feel it as much as you do elsewhere, or particularly where the fears about job losses are far more exaggerated. On the opposite to that, thanks to the educational institutions that we have, thanks to the understanding of the number of STEM-related graduates that we have, there is a hope and an expectation, and more than a hope and an expectation, a potential that a lot of the background AI work which needs to be done, a lot of the adaptation that needs to be done, a lot of the application building that needs to be done, could end up being done in countries like India far more economically than it would be done elsewhere in the world, and that possibly represents an opportunity for India's youth, and that sort of replaces some proportion of even Indian jobs with higher paying and better jobs than they are today. So for a country like India, there could be a trade-off in this entire space. But for many other parts of the world, there may be a genuine fear that the kind of job losses which can happen could be very different. And the last fear, which is fundamentally about the kind of harms that AI could cause, both societally and personally. Clearly, impersonation, misinformation, disinformation is something that we would have to live with. Invasion of our privacy is something that we may have to live with or we may have to counter. And those are very real fears. And those fears are much more real in democracies than they are in other countries. And that is something that we have to necessarily take note of and necessarily work towards ensuring that we don't descend there or it doesn't happen. And that's where, guardrails, regulation of some form, declarations of various kinds become important. Because quite honestly, when you have a lot of misinformation or fake information, the crucial thing that you need is to have a mechanism by which you're able to actually identify what is the right information, and a mechanism by which you can get to the right information as quickly as possible. Sometimes, of course, time becomes extremely important. Issues can be very emotive, and the damage that very authentic looking, authentic seeming fake information can do is huge, and which warrants a lot of vigilance and action to sort of counter it much faster than you would in other cases. What we call virality, thanks to social media and internet and everything else being so ubiquitous today, virality is a problem that we have to deal with in the sense of one issue getting magnified and becoming huge before you're able to attend to it and see that the impact of it is countered or impact of it is contained. And that is something which I think as people in government, it concerns us a huge deal. And misinformation, disinformation could also end up, in terms of democratic rights of people, affecting choices in a way that you do not want them to be affected. Ultimately, democracy is about choice, and democracy is about giving people the chance to make the right decisions, being given the right information. If they get wrong information and they make a choice based on wrong information, there is a serious concern to democratic societies, and I think that is something that all of us realize. Across the world it is realized, particularly in a year like 2024, where there are elections from January 24 till November 24, there are going to be elections all over the world in all the major democracies. And those concerns, we have seen them play out, not to the extent that we feared, but definitely is a reality and is something which needs to be addressed. Equally, there are issues of privacy at an individual level. Your individual rights of privacy could be affected. There could be rights which relate to copyrights which could be affected. Your creativity with which you create, and there are many creators, and this is after all also a world of creators. So how do you sort of address creativity issues? How do you address copyright issues? How do you address patent issues, individual rights is something, again, which needs to be addressed at a personal level and which need to be protected at a personal level, given all the impact that it could have. And we are well aware that the way of approaching these concerns, the way of approaching what needs to be done to protect many of these aspects, is what is dominating global debate this year. We've had, this year the GPI is being held, a ministerial summit is being held a second time within the year. We've held a mid-year kind of consultation. In addition to this event here in India, UK and many other countries have held in Seoul, and many other countries we have held these events. There is a need that many countries across the world feel to consult, to speak to others on these issues, consult with various stakeholders on these issues to ensure that we come to some sort of a sensible decision, a sensible consensus, move forward in a direction that works for everybody. And this is very crucial because in this we learn from each other. We also learn from mistakes that we make, that either any of us can make, and we also learn from the kind of concerns. We have to adapt it to the kind of concerns that each country has or each society has to address the kind of issues that they could run into. And that is where this consultative process, this multi-stakeholder approach becomes very, very important. And for us, and so different approaches are taken by different jurisdictions in the world. I'm sure the experts will talk about the kind of approach that the EU has taken, which is more regulation heavy, the kind of approach the United States has taken based on their executive orders that they have issued, and likewise the approach that China has taken, for instance, and many other jurisdictions in the world have taken. We can sort of examine them, approach them from every dimension, the kind of concerns that they are trying to address in this entire process. In India's case, this is one area which I think, as a matter of policy, we have attempted to be a little more deliberate in approaching. It is our belief that we need to understand the way in which different countries have approached this issue, figure out what has worked for them and what has not worked before we decide on what our approach itself to regulating AI needs to be. Some elements of that regulatory approach are already in place. Some elements are covered by existing law or by laws which are about to be implemented. One example, of course, being the DPDP Act. And once the rules come into play, and that is something which is expected in the coming months, then definitely we'll at least be able to look at some element of the way that data gets used for AI purposes. That is something that we can certainly address. Equally, we need to understand that existing laws in India cover things like misinformation and disinformation. That is something that there are powers with relevant agencies to address even as we speak. And if there are deep fakes, ultimately, it's only a matter of degree. Fakes of various kinds people do make even already and try to pass off as something which is genuine. It's only that with artificial intelligence, it's more difficult to detect what are fakes and what are not fakes. And that is it's in some senses a matter of degree or a matter of kind. And there would be a related issue in terms of establishing who's responsible for what has happened. Because there could be an interesting argument that this is artificially generated, and therefore there's no one whom you can hold accountable if there is a piece of disinformation that comes up. Probably that may not be the most appropriate line to take in certain cases. If an entity or an agency is offering that as a service, and they have built a foundational model, and it throws up something which amounts to disinformation, or it throws up material which could be misleading or which could be problematic, at least we need to know that this is synthetically created and this is not a natural image or a natural video or a natural voice. As long as you know that, And as long as you know that this content is not actually true or is not naturally true, then you can take whatever remedial measures that you need to. You can choose not to believe it, or you can just marvel at how accurate or how well done that particular representation is, as opposed to trying to believe it to be true and therefore problematic. So I think that becomes, labeling becomes, watermarking becomes a critical element of what needs to happen in this entire space. And equally, entities which put out these models need to take some responsibility for adequately testing them before they actually go out into the market. We do understand that these models learn with greater use, but at least if there is labeling and if there is a way that the material comes into, is first labeled as something which is synthetically generated, that in itself gives you great comfort that this is the manner in which it goes. And of course, there is the other element of bias or inherent bias, and the only solution for bias really is what in the India AI mission we are attempting to do in terms of developing our own foundational model and in terms of making sure that there is more data from, say, countries like India, which enable the bias to be countered, and that is something which our educational institutions, our IITs and others are also working on as we speak. So that becomes another element that needs to be countered within the model in terms of what happens there. But it also sets a responsibility for agencies which prepare all of these models, that while we are guinea pigs and you are testing all of these models on the general population, there's a degree of responsibility that they need to assume to actually make sure that they don't cause more harm. It's almost like a Hippocratic oath that they need to take, that before you do any good, please don't cause any harm. So that, I think, becomes an important element of what needs to happen. Having said all this, on the balance, I would still believe that, at least as far as a country like India is concerned, and even globally, artificial intelligence holds tremendous potential. It's not something which arrived, it's something we are taking notice of today, but it's been something which has been around for decades and has been spoken of for decades. Suddenly, the level of technological sophistication has gone up. Suddenly, we have enough compute power to run these large models, and as all of that becomes available, it comes more into public use and more into general use, and that is why for society at large it becomes a major concern. So it is then that government steps in and looks to see how the regulation should be, and in the Indian context we really need to balance all the good that it can potentially do to our economy and all the work that it can do to us and all the positive impact that it can have for a country like India. We need to account for it before we sort of get into another dimension of trying to restrict all of it. So the regulation of it becomes very important, and the regulation of it is not only through legal tools or measures and requirements and guardrails that we build in. Some of it, in terms of the control, actually is from the technology itself. And often I'm reminded in this context of, the Vishnu Sahasranamam, which talks about the 1008 names of Vishnu. Some of it is very interesting. They contradict each other. So there's a particular thing where he has two names. He's called Bhayakrit, and he's also called Bhayanashanaha, next to each other. Bhayakrit means one who creates fear, and Bhayanashanaha means the one who destroys that fear. So technology virtually functions in the same way. It creates the fear, and thereafter it has a potential of destroying it. And I think we need to rely on technology and applying technology and regulation intelligently to make sure that a techno-legal framework is built whereby we protect ourselves against whatever harm that AI can cause while at the same time ensuring that we harness its full capability for doing good for society at large. Because as somebody was once reminding me, that the potential of growth that artificial intelligence can create in this century is almost the same growth that it created in the 18th century, the Industrial Revolution, the first mechanical industrial revolution created in the 18th century. So that is the kind of potential which exists, and that is a potential we simply can't afford to lose. Thank you very much. I'm sure you'll have a very enriching discussion with the panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your enlightening and thought-provoking address. We are happy to inform you that we are also joined by Mr. Arjun Goswami, and we'll request him to please join other panelists on stage. Thank you, sir. We'll now hand over the session to our distinguished moderator, Mr. Jibu Elias. He will guide us through this through stimulating discussion and Q&A session, delving deeper into the intricacies of domestic AI governance. Over to you, sir.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to this session on India AI, ensuring safety, trust, governance in the age of AI. Today we gather at a crucial juncture where the convergence of technology, policy, ethics, and societal needs demands our collective attention and action. As Secretary Sir spoke before, the rapid advancement in AI holds immense potential to transform various sectors, but they also pose significant challenges that require robust governance frameworks to ensure safety, trust, and ethical deployment. India, through its initiative like the Safe and Trusted AI pillar under India AI mission, is leading the way in creating comprehensive governance structures. These efforts aim to balance technological innovation with safeguards that protect citizen interest, emphasizing fairness, transparency, and security. India's leadership in global forums such as UN, G20, the Global Partnership on AI, further underscores this commitment to responsible AI practices. So this session will delve into 4 key objectives. One will be highlighting the Safe and Trusted AI initiative, India's role in various international AI forums, and integrating ethics into AI development, and finally how balancing innovation and governance works. So our distinguished panel includes experts who has been at the forefront of governance of AI and ethical AI development. So I hope they will bring a wealth of knowledge and experience that will enrich our discussions and provide valuable insights into the path forward. So I will start off with questions, and each of you have around 3 minutes to answer these questions. Following that, if time permits, we can open up the floor for questions from the audience as well. So my first question is to you, Sir Mahavir Singhvi. Sir, India's national AI strategy advocates for something we are all very proud of, which is AI for all. So how can AI development in this light of AI for all be made more inclusive and ensure that equitable benefits reach all the sections of our society?
Thank you. Let me first thank Mighty for inviting me here. I'm very delighted to be present here today. This subject I've started dealing with only from last 1 year when I joined the Ministry of External Affairs, a new division which is called New Emerging and Strategic Technologies Division. So I won't say that I'm an expert on this, but I'll try to answer what you have said. But before that, something which Secretary Mighty has told about how the technology, can create benefits as well as create, kind of harm to the society. That is very, very telling in terms of he has drawn a parallel between the nuclear technology, which was built and can be used both for the civilian purpose as well as for the military purpose. The same goes with AI. And I think AI has a civilian dimension as well as the military dimensions. Of course, the discussion today is primarily on the civilian dimensions of it. And in that context, I think it has profound potential for transforming societies. And that's already been pointed out. But I would say that you are talking about the India AI mission. The answer lies in that, your question itself. The India AI mission has the 7 pillars in it. And each one of the pillars is geared towards making it more inclusive, ensuring equitable benefits that reach all the sections of the society, whether it's the compute, where it will be based on the public-private partnership. The idea is to make it available to everyone to innovate on that. Similarly, the India Innovation Center, India AI Datasets Platform, AI Application Development Initiatives, Future Skills, Startup Financing, Safe and Trusted AI, that's a pillar on which this session is built on. I think these all are the things which are perhaps very, very important to make sure that AI becomes more inclusive in terms of its benefits and ensure that the benefits reaches all the sections of the society. Similarly, I think that to make it even more robust, what we need to have is a multi-stakeholder dialogues like this particular conference. I think it's very important to get ideas, identifying priorities, leveraging open source technologies. All these priorities of all the sections of the society needs to be heard and taken into consideration while devising our policies and our, the legal framework, our governance frameworks. I think that's very, very important. And we cannot have a top-down approach in this. There has to be a multi-stakeholder approach in particularly in dealing with AI. So I think it's very, very important that we look at this issue from a multi-stakeholder dialogue perspective. Similarly, we also need to have a, we must identify the welfare-centric use cases in priority sectors such as health, for diagnosing diseases, for agriculture, for increasing productivity, education, for personalized learning, and so on. And I think these are again very important aspects if you want to take the benefits of AI to everyone and towards the last mile. I think these are important issues which we need to have included in our discussions at every forum and every kind of platform which is available to us. Similarly, we also need to leverage India data richness and linguistic diversity to build an inclusive and representative AI model. This is again, as Secretary Sir has talked, that we need to, eliminate the biases, particularly when we talk about building our own models. It's very important that we have our own data sets so that we do not face the kind of problems which we might encounter if we do not have that, in terms of building our own models. Similarly, also we need to leverage our strength in the open source technology as we have done. And we have seen in case of DPI how it has helped us. I think that's very important that we develop AI also similarly considering open source models and publicly available data sets. That's again very important aspect of it. So I think we need to focus on all the pillars of the India AI mission itself to make it more inclusive and kind of beneficial to everyone in the society. So I think that is something very, very important. We need to look at the technology from the point of view of, kind of benefits it can generate in terms of making, potential of everyone's available to every kind of development initiative which we have in the society. It can really transform the societies in multiple ways, and that's what I think we need to look at. Thank you.
Thank you, Singvi. So, sir, you have mentioned about the potential to transform AI, and I have a question to you, Secretary Sir, because your closing remark about Vishnu and the Bayakrit and Bayanasana, which is very apt, and as you pointed about nuclear technology as well. Sir, how can we ensure that, like in a country like India, we have always harness the positive effect of nuclear energy, right? Nuclear power plants and all. So how we ensure that we will use AI for only Bayanasana and not Bayakrita?
No, I think that is inherent in the technology. The technology can cut both ways, so which is why it operates in a way that it creates the fear, and it's human effort and the way we come together and the governance structures that we create and the way we govern this and the intent with which we govern it and the way in which we take note of concerns of all the segments, all the stakeholders, and that's the way in which you sort of make sure that you use it in a way that benefits the people whom it's intended to benefit. I think that is crucial. It is human nature, or at a very fundamental level, the nature of a democracy, the consultative process, the multi-stakeholder approach, making sure that you get in the relevant expert opinions, making sure that you have the talent which can understand the potential and which has the voice to tell you that this is what is beneficial and this is what will work and this is the way you do it. So that's the way you evolve an approach. And I think that is something which the world in general and India as a country is quite capable of through the institutions that it has. But you need to build specific mechanisms for AI, just as you built mechanisms for other technologies. With the caveat that don't build mechanisms which are so restrictive that you don't get the kind of benefits that you're looking to get.
Thank you, sir. And speaking about building frameworks and the institutions, sir, over to Ravi sir here. So the question is, in this case, when it comes to safety and trusted building AI initiatives, what do you think are the biggest concerns from an ethical and trustworthy AI point of view that surrounds AI development and deployment in India?
Sure. So some of the concerns are universal, right? So you were asking me particularly about how we do this in India, so let me take that angle, right? So for example, when we talk about an AI being fair or ethical decision making, right? So one can argue that a loan manager in a bank is being unfair towards people who don't have money, but that's the unfairness that he is expected to have, because he wants to see a collateral before he can give a loan. So almost anywhere where you are making this kind of discriminative decisions, you're going to have some notion of fairness and unfairness, some notion of bias that's going to creep in. And what is acceptable to us are notions that align with our social standards, align with our ethical standards or legal standards, right? And what are these standards for India across various sectors? I'm not sure we have a good specification for it, right? So what is the notion of bias in language use, right? What is the notion of the different kinds of biases that are present in various Indian languages, right? You might talk about English, that's being well understood, but what about the different Indian languages? How do you even express bias? Do we have a characterization of it so that we can build AI systems that avoid that bias, right? So starting from that point, right, there are a lot of challenges and how would you characterize fair and ethical system in the Indian context. And I don't think we are doing enough for that yet, right? So that is one part of it. The second part of it is to do with the trust piece, right? So we would trust something as long as it's transparent to us, right? So we kind of believe the process by which a decision has been arrived at, right? And for this, we need to really understand the decision-making process, right? So a lot of people talk about how AI systems are black boxes and we cannot understand them, right? But I don't think we quite understand how the neurons in our head operate, right? So it's not that I need to get down to the level of how the neural network or whatever is the black box really operates. All I need is a kind of a chain of reasoning that a human being or the lay user who is being subjected to those decisions can understand, right? Now, how would I build these kinds of chains of reasoning that's understandable to a person, right, in India, right? So now, as a country, so we have to accept that a large fraction of our population is not well educated and trained. So it's not like I can, the level of explanations has to really go down to what somebody in the village can understand, and somebody who doesn't speak English or doesn't have a very sophisticated worldview can understand, right? So it becomes even more challenging when you're talking about diverse locations and diverse societal settings in which we looked up deploy this AI. Right? So how would you build solutions that are transparent and trustworthy across a wide range of population? It shouldn't be because somebody said so that I have to accept this, right? So that's the trust angle of it, right? And finally is, of course, the safety angle of it. So again, the big challenge with regard to safety is, the current level of AI technology is essentially, generalizing from examples, really, right? You're talking about learning from large volumes of data, but this is essentially a lot of examples from which the AI system is learning. It's not really inducing more general principles, right? So it's always possible that the examples do not cover the universe. Right? It's not always, it's almost always the case the examples do not cover the universe. Right? So there are always going to be cases where things will fail. So I was having this discussion earlier with somebody. So if you take two different systems, both have like an 80% performance, but the 80% are not equal. Right? So in one case, it might be the most obvious 80% that I get right. In another case, it could be that there are very, very critical conditions which could cause, a serious loss. Let's say in the healthcare case, it could lead to loss of life. And I get those correct, even though I might get some very simple 20% wrong, which, maybe another human just looking at it very quickly can tell me. Right? So what is the guarantees of safety that we can build to these systems, especially given the current state of AI technology? I mean, this is not unique to India, right? It's a problem that we're going to face everywhere in terms of deploying AI in critical technology. So going back to the Secretary Sir's example of nuclear technology, if you're using AI to control, fusion reactors, I'm more comfortable with that. But when you have AI actually making decisions that affect humans' life right away, I don't think we have a good characterization of what are the operating limits for that.
Thank you, Professor Ravi. I think you made a very important point about the decision-making aspect of AI. When AI comes into decision-making roles and the black box behind it. I think I will go to Urvashi Aneja, who is joining us online. Urvashi, are you there? I hope you are online.
Yes, Chibu.
Yes, Urvashi. So just following up on what Professor Ravi just said. So my question to you will be, how can India AI mission ensure that some of this accountability and transparency in AI decision-making process will be ensured? And what measures can we take to prevent biases in AI systems and algorithms, especially when it comes to a decision-making role, like let's say bank loan or any other personal-related matters?
Thanks, Chibu, for that question, and thank you to Meiti for inviting me for this conference. And I apologize for not being able to be there in person, but I hope I can connect with some of you at a later time. I'll try and answer that question in the few minutes I have. I think there's a lot to unpack there in the question that you've posed. On one hand, I think there's certain kind of process-related steps that are important to institutionalize if we want to advance transparency and accountability of AI systems. Some of these might include things like mandating data cards or model cards, which give information about the data that a model was trained on, the kind of parameters, the weights, similar to how we have nutrition labels for food. When we buy something in the supermarket, it tells us very clearly, do not eat this if you have allergies, or this was produced using XYZ products, so on and so forth. So you provide the public information, you provide end users information to allow them to make decisions about what product they want to use and how, and that's an important way to advancing transparency and accountability. When we're thinking specifically around AI systems for critical decision making, I think there we need to kind of tackle this explainability problem head on. We shouldn't pretend that it's something that we can address very simply in technical terms or otherwise. And so I think there we might want to think about avoiding using AI systems for critical decision making, and if we must use them for critical decision making, using simpler models where the logic of the decision can be explained more easily to the end user. So piggybacking on what Ravi was saying previously, it's not about every piece, the exact logic being comprehensible, just as we can't understand why we as individuals make certain decisions, but about the logic being communicatable to the end user, regardless of what their capacities might be. So that's something we might want to think about as well. I think a third point that is really important is adequate testing. And I think it's important that this testing and the results of that testing are made. The testing is done not in just a lab environment, but in a real world field environment across different social groups, across different social contexts. And the results of that testing also be made publicly available. I think equally, we also need to think about sector-specific certifications. We also need transparency around companies' governance, the governance structures of companies themselves, and how decisions are being made. So kind of zooming out from the data and the model layer to looking at the organizations. We also need transparency around data sharing. In India, if we are to realize the kind of AI for all vision, we do expect a large amount of data sharing between the public and private sector, and we need transparency around what kind of data is being shared. We need purpose limitation around what it can be used for, and so on and so forth. And I think that would be, it would be odd for me not to point out also that we definitely need better gender representation in teams that are building AI, teams that are evaluating AI systems, that are building policies around AI systems. So I think there's a number of such processes that one can institute that can advance transparency and accountability, whether it's at the data or the model layer or around kind of company governance or about the people who are building these tools. But I'd also like to suggest that we need more than such process-based interventions. We actually, I think, need now an outcomes-based approach. And I'll just spend a minute explaining what I mean by that. I think that the approach in India so far has been to establish a broad policy agenda around AI for good, and then support startups in realizing that agenda through access to data, access to capital, another infrastructure. And they're expected to kind of build a bunch of use cases, and these use cases are then supposed to catalyze change in critical social sectors. And then we also expect them to abide by some loose guidelines and guardrails, such as principles of responsible AI. But the difficulty with establishing meaningful transparency and accountability in such an approach is that, on the one hand, many of these companies might be very new to the social sectors that they are working in. They may not have previously worked in agriculture, worked in healthcare. The choice of use case that they might develop might also be shaped by very practical considerations, like the sustainability of the revenue model, or data availability, or their geography of operation. And guardrails around specific technological processes are very hard to keep up with. So for an example, now we have large language models that render the explainability problem even more complicated. Or we now have advances in XR technology which make it very difficult to separate between different kinds of data, such as sensitive data and non-sensitive data. And it puts a huge amount of onus on policymakers, on auditors, to be able to understand the inner mechanics of these use cases or the products that these companies are developing. And so what I think is we need a different approach altogether. So instead of this process-based approach, what we need is an outcome-based approach where we as a society define the outcomes that we desire from AI products and tools, not companies, not the market. And the task for companies is to innovate towards that vision. So that's a very different context of what we have right now, where we expect a huge amount of use cases to actually add up to societal change or to contribute towards societal change in a kind of organic and peace manner. And I don't think that's necessarily the most strategic way to go about it, especially if we're thinking about accountability to a broader question of public interest. So just to give you an example, and I'll close with that. So in the case of healthcare, we have many incredibly talented startups working in the Indian ecosystem. But they are all developing use cases based on what they feel is important or what their capacities will permit. If we flip that around and instead we say that public and civic institutions need to identify the key changes needed to improve the quality of healthcare in a state. So this requires us to build a theory of change about the current problem, about the and about the expected solutions, and to do this in a consultative manner that engages with civil society, engages with affected communities, etc. And then the task for companies is to demonstrate the outcomes of their AI interventions on that theory of change. How do their use cases help advance that theory of change? And how can they then be held accountable towards a broader notion of public interest and actual societal change, rather than kind of piecemeal approaches around specific use cases? So the essence of what I'm saying is that we as society, as public institutions, need to state the outcomes and let startups innovate and compete to deliver on those outcomes. We can impose additional constraints, saying that these must be privacy protecting and the models must be explainable to the end user. And the task is then that's the task for innovation. How do you innovate within these constraints? And so I feel that kind of approach actually has the potential to drive innovation, drive accountability, and really center the core value of public interest beyond kind of relevant but also very difficult to operationalize principles like accountability and transparency. So I'll stop here, and of course happy to come back to any of this.
Thank you, Urvashi. I think you made some very interesting points. One is the outcome-based approach we need, and speaking about guardrails, how will it keep up with the advancement in AI? So I think I want to come to Mr. Goyal with a question. Or now, how can, based on this guardrails approach, what are the strengths and weakness of our existing laws in regulating AI? And how does, as a government, we can adapt to the, to keep up with the pace in which the rapid development of AI technologies is happening?
I think I will just take on what Urvashi was saying, the outcome-based approach. This is a very good thought. Whatever is happening through the outcomes, that should be accountable. The entities, they should be responsible. And moreover, the technology should not be punished. The entity who is basically causing the harm should be punished. The laws should be like that. The laws should be outcome-based. So since morning, Minister Sir and Secretary Sir and so many other speakers, they have given us so many adjectives and nouns and actionable things to work upon. Just try to jot down a few. Ease of doing business, ease of use, fake news, deepfakes, disinformation, misinformation, all get simplified by the AI. Everything. The good thing also and the bad things also. Good things also always gets appreciated. Bad things needs to be accounted for. So now the present IT Act, right now in the Indian context, the law enforces the Information Technology Act, its rules. So during the selection process, the government has to deal with all those misinformations, disinformations, deepfake videos, and the ministry continuously issues advisories, and most of those intermediaries, they try to abide by those advisories also. And then ministry has issued some rules also where intermediaries are made accountable, and post accountability of their actions, there is a grievance officer in their respective domains. Ministry has established a grievance addressal committee also to address the concerns not addressed by the grievance officer of the respective intermediaries. In the IT rules, similarly, we have 43A SPDI rules, Sensitive Personal Data Information rules, which post-Digital Personal Data Protection Act, whenever it gets enforced, are going to get repealed. I think, Zibu, I would stop here. I think that would be.
Thank you, Mr. Goyal. I think we've been discussing so far about AI and its safety and trust challenges from an Indian perspective. I think we want to widen the horizon a little more. So coming to Mr. Curtis here, sir, with UNESCO, can you give us a brief idea on how does UNESCO support research and innovation in AI while ensuring that it aligns with the ethical standards and governance frameworks we have discussed?
Thank you. Sorry, thank you for that. I think this has been a fascinating conversation for me, and I have many ideas I'd like to expand on. But just to let you know that we don't do directly research. We harness the research from around the world to try to foster agreements that countries in their different sizes and contexts and issues can agree on. So in that sense, in 2021, UNESCO developed the first really universal recommendation concerning, let's say, the social side, the ethics of artificial, 2021 recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence, which is really a groundbreaking instrument, not so much because it's hardcore legally binding, but because it represents a discussion among all 194 countries on what are the sort of baseline ethical considerations for the development of artificial intelligence, and it covers 11 policy topics ranging from agriculture to culture to gender to a whole range, environment, because all of this artificial intelligence doesn't exist in the sky. It still has to be produced through energy, which produces carbon, and so on and so on. So there's this broad context, and the issues really can change. Now I'm going to speak not as an expert on AI, because I'm not one, but as somebody who has quite a lot of experience in the area of social and human sciences, and particularly culture. What I see looking at this is, and I think it's been said, is really the issue is not the technology. The issue is us as human beings, and this technology will amplify our social, political, cultural relations. And that's the real issue. What do we want to do? And I think that's the outcome-based issue. What do we want to do with this, and what does the global community want to do with it? So I won't go into the details of what this recommendation entails. You can find it. I would encourage you to have a look at it. It has a series of recommendations, which are the result of long deliberations and meetings from experts, researchers from all corners of the world, and which has now resulted in a practical sense to what we call the readiness assessment methodology, which we are now carrying out in around 50 to 60 countries, which is essentially a list of some 300 questions to help governments, policymakers, stakeholders check how they are in their particular context in the implementation of that. So we had recently a meeting with METI, a wonderful meeting with 100 participants from across India, and we plan to launch this and publish this in India next year. We're doing it in about 50, 60 countries this year around the world. We'll be continuing to do it. And I think this is really important to have this discussion also at this global level, so that there are these common standards, be they just as we have in human rights and other areas, on how this can best be leveraged to benefit everyone. Again, we know, if I may say so, the Sustainable Development Goals are not on track. AI gives us a huge potential opportunity to fast-track some of those issues, and that's, again, outcome-based. And if we can leverage it in that direction, fantastic. That would be wonderful. So we are working with that, and we've done some research recently. We've just put out a report on artificial intelligence and democracy, looking, as the Secretary said earlier, on the impacts on democratic systems around the world and other issues. But I will just say at this stage, what happens in India is important for the world. India is at a critical position. And what goes on here will have impact not just in India, but around the world, because of the population, because of the economic growth, because of the strong innovation sector in India. So these discussions are very exciting, and I think to continue these discussions within the country, but also with the neighbors, with all countries, and to make sure that the discussions are happening globally, with those you might think are going to be the least impacted, the smaller countries, the ones that don't have the infrastructure, they will be impacted, and their issues will also reverberate around the world. So I think I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Mr. Curtis. I think one key point I resonate a lot is you mentioned the need to have a global discussion, as well as how much the world is looking at India to make a mark here. So I will go to the end of the line, Mr. Arjun Goswami. So, sir, I want to ask you a question based on where India stands from a global perspective, right? What challenges as India may encounter aligning with AI, international AI regulations, especially with its domestic laws, and how can we address these things, as well as what are the measures we can take as a country in advancements while remaining competitive in adhering to these global standards that Mr. Curtis has mentioned.
Well, thank you very much. As you know, I was late today, and I was hoping that if AI had advanced sufficiently, there'd be a younger, better version of me just sitting here virtually, and I wouldn't be required at all. So hope springs eternal. The question is interesting because at one level, when we think about the global conversations that are going on, India held the G20 presidency last year, and there were statements about leveraging AI for public good, ensuring that AI development deployment would be safe, and all of that. India has signed the Bletchley Declaration on AI use, safety and trust, but these are not binding declarations. So that's not just some lawyer trying to be clever about this, but it means that things aren't set. That said, I think, our Prime Minister went out and indicated, he made one statement that I thought was hugely important. I mean, it really struck a big chord with me. He said, we have to make sure that the information that's generated by AI is credible. Now, for that to happen, we need to participate through our domestic laws and regulations so that we don't end up simply being a rule taker. I think we need to exercise our responsibilities in terms of being a rule setter. That's not an easy thing to do, where the path is not clearly lit. I mean, this pathway on AI regulation, people talk about the things that are happening in other parts of the world, domestically, but these are very nascent, right? These are very new regulations. Even the EU, which people talk about a lot, I mean, that act only came through in 2024, and it's not effective in full measure until 2027. That's where we are. So I think there's a lot to play for. Now, if we want to protect our sort of innovation drive in the face of all this, which I think was the other part of your question, the kind of light touch that we're thinking about, understanding the nature of the partnership that we want to have with industry, which is what many of these consultations are about, are a great opportunity. And I think these missions which are now being launched are ways of doing that. And industry also needs to give back in terms of industry standard setting, etc. So, my thought would be that these are ways in which we can collectively address the challenge. We're not in a cage where international agreements have bound us hand and foot. It's all to play for, and we're right in the front row of, if I can use a footballing analogy, strikers, right?
Thank you, sir. That's a very good analogy. You mentioned about importance of partnership with industry, and I think nobody here better than Mr. Sharad Sharma to speak about that here. So, Mr. Sharad Sharma, my question is, when building on India's presence as in a global scenario, how does
that of DPI? And I think now looking back from India Stack conceived in 2012 to where we are today, that is a concept that has taken root. But it has also revealed to us the limitations of the DPI model. And AI, for example, is not amenable to, we cannot get strategic autonomy in AI by just using the DPI model. So we've had to go back to the drawing board to think about what would be our way. And 2.5 years ago, that effort was called the playground model, and that has been applied to defense products and telecom equipment. And I would say, while defense is a story that is still unfolding, in telecom equipment we have had considerable success, right? And so I think AI belongs to this third approach that we have to take, right? Now, what are the elements of this approach? The elements of this approach are three. The first is that we have to leverage our domestic market. That necessarily means that we have to do nuanced ring fencing. Now, can we do nuanced ring fencing for telecom? Can we do that for defense? Can we do that for semiconductors? Can we do that for AI? What does it mean in all of these areas is a question that we have to answer. Second, and Professor is sitting next to me, and we've had these conversations before, we have to focus on R&D, especially pre-commercial industry-directed R&D. We are the only big economy in the world which for 2 consecutive decades has had a falling percentage of private sector R&D. So why is that the case? Do we understand why is it that our private sector is not engaging in pre-commercial industry-directed R&D? And answer, if we can diagnose the problem, we can answer it. Because without dealing with R&D, we cannot get strategic autonomy in AI, right? And the third, of course, is regulation, which probably we'll come back to a little later. We have to have highly progressive regulation. And Professor Ravindran chaired a subcommittee on this. The report is not yet out, but I'm hoping that it'll be out in the future. Part of the motivation there was to create a playground that would allow India to have strategic autonomy in AI. I agree with many people here that if we don't have strategic autonomy in AI, all the good work that we have done with India Stack actually goes to zero, because it is inevitable we will be a digital colony. And to Secretary Krishnan's view, our democracy will be at threat. This is not just us worrying about it. This is the European countries worrying about democracy at threat because what they would call as not having enough autonomy or strategic autonomy in the area of AI. So I think we have a huge challenge, a challenge that we have never ever faced before. It is a challenge bigger than nuclear. It is a challenge bigger than telecom. In many ways, and time will tell whether we can apply the playground approach to AI, and we have a lot of work ahead of us to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Sharma. I think one thing I want to also bring up is from a global perspective, you mentioned about the digital colonization and sovereignty part. I think we have Mr. Singhvi here from External Affairs Ministry. So maybe, sir, you can add how India is taking up its priorities in forums like G8, G20 and UN to ensure its priorities are met in an international forum.
Let me start with the UN. I think the discussions which have been held in UN primarily revolves around 2 UNGA resolutions which have been passed recently. One was a US-led resolution on the AI for SDGs, making AI available for promoting SDGs all around. And the other one was on AI for capacity building, and which was recently passed on 1st of this month in the UNGA. And we have taken up all our priorities which we think are essential to be mentioned, to get a mention in these resolutions. And just to, I think, inform you that this is the first time we have got mention of the DPI in the UNGA resolution. It has not been there ever mentioned in any of the UNGA resolution. But the resolution which has been passed recently on the 1st in the UNGA, we have mentioned DPI as one of the enabling factor to make, available or to harness the benefits of artificial intelligence for development purposes. So I think this is a big achievement for us in terms of going forward, as we can further build on that. Secondly, I think we have also been talking about the priorities and the principles like safety, reliability, inclusivity, the collaborative AI. All these things get mentioned somewhere, in these declarations which comes out of these conferences which are taking place all around the world. So in G20, you look at the resolution, it finally talked about the pro-innovation regulatory and governance approach. Similarly, GPI, the last summit, had a, emphasis on the collaborative AI. And in the UNGA resolutions on the SDGs, we got included several, aspects which we think were important from our perspective, which included the bridging of the science, technology and innovation divide, affordable digital access for all, inclusive design, development and deployment and use of AI, and assisting developing countries in capacity building, and sharing the benefit of safe, secure and trustworthy AI systems to all. I think these are some of the important aspects which we have advocated all along in our own domestic perspective, and we have been taking forward all these initiatives and the principles even in the global forums, whether it is GPI or G20, or even we have also talked about safety and security. We are a signatory of Bletchley. Similarly, in the Seoul summit, we represented there. We got things like innovation, inclusion, all these things came up in the final declaration. I think they somewhere align with our priorities. So it is in this way, I think perhaps, we are also part of the global discourse and discussions. But we cannot be separate from it. We have to take into consideration what are the aspects which are being discussed globally, and we need to incorporate that in our own, discourse going forward. So that's something very, very important. But I think the mention of DPI is something that's perhaps I think we can be proud of, that we got included it for the first time in the UNGA resolution. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. I think coming back to Mr. Curtis, we are having a GPI meeting happening as of today as itself. So can you, we spoke a lot about the international policy coordination and things we need to do on a larger scale. So what do you think been the role of GPI in especially supporting this kind of international policy coordination? And do you think there are some gaps or opportunities that needed to be addressed?
Okay, thank you. I think that's an incredibly important question, and I think I'll come back to what our speaker mentioned earlier. At this stage, we're really in the very early days of frameworks, of international frameworks around artificial intelligence, because we're also in the early days of actually using artificial intelligence. And these things, so I would say the governance of artificial intelligence will be critical. Is it finished? No, it's only just starting, and we don't want to necessarily be starting with binding laws when we don't understand what the implications of that, but nor do we want to pretend like there's no need for a law or there's no need for some kind of regulation. So that involves these discussions. So GPAI, I think, is a very important step. I think from a UN perspective, we need to make sure that everybody's on board. We need to make sure that all countries are on board, and whether or not we need to, whether that goes through creating new structures, building on existing structures, these are kind of technocratic, legalistic discussions that have to happen. How much is it related to covenants on human rights, on other issues that are there already? These discussions will happen, but the discussions must happen. That's the point. So GPAI is a wonderful step. It's a first step towards setting up what might be a global governance system. that will have to go hand in hand with the real development of artificial intelligence without, as was mentioned by the Secretary, without constraining the fantastic potential that artificial intelligence can offer. And this will require continued discussion amongst countries, amongst players, private sector. Potentially there will be more stricter regulatory frameworks once we know. But I suppose, let's say, just because you have a law that says you need to wear a seatbelt, shouldn't say you shouldn't drive a car, right? So I think we need to understand that. So GPIA, I think, is a good step. We would like to see, from a UN perspective, all member states involved in these discussions. That makes it difficult. It does make it sometimes less than ideal, but at least everybody's at the plate. And then there are other forums where national policies or EU-wide policies and rules and regulations get put in. But all of this conversation is happening. GPIA, I think, is an incredibly important step. It's really the first one going in that direction. And we at UNESCO obviously came in quite early with this recommendation on ethics of artificial intelligence, perhaps at the expense of having a legally binding document. I think that's still some way away. But we plan, we're working closely with GPIA, watching it. We understand there's just been an expansion to include more members into the GPIA framework, which is excellent. And we look forward to aligning it with the broader international framework of agreements. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Curtis. I think Mr. Sharma, you have something to add to that.
Yeah, so I just want to put this in perspective that there are 5 concepts that I think India is promoting. And I want to say this is because I think they'll go mainstream globally. Why? Because as Mahavirji mentioned, DPI is now a global concept. The first time, do you know when was DPI used as a word? Was in an Indian press release on G20 on September 13th, 2022. It is less than 2 years ago. Till then, nobody, no government anywhere in the world had used the word DPI. DPG was a term that we used, which we actually withdrew from because we felt that was overly broad and we adopted a word DPI. So I want to acknowledge the effort that has gone into make DPI a credible term in a UN General Assembly resolution. This is remarkable. I think it calls for a little bit of applause for our foreign service here. Having done that, I think there are 5 concepts that are relevant in AI, which we have to offer to the world. 2 are old, 3 are new. And I'll quickly list down all the 5, and then you have to guess which are the 2 that are old and 3 that are new. Is that fair? Can we do that?
Yes, sir.
Huh? All right. So the first, let me start with trust. What is trust? If an AI system is working, is giving me, let's say, a news summary in the morning, instead of me reading the whole newspaper, it just tells me what is it that I should be taking from Hindustan Times. Is it working for me or is it working for an advertiser? Trust will depend on who is it working for. Right? It is like mutual fund. When you take the mutual fund, the person who is recommending a mutual fund is working for you or is it working for the mutual fund? Is it a distributor or is it your agent? So if we have to make AI our own agent, then it becomes important that that curation that happens either on a social media platform or any other platform is clearly demarcated, saying it is an advertiser's agent, not your agent. So please be careful. Or it is your agent and it's making a claim that it is your agent and you know for sure there are rules that make sure that is the case. So which means that we have to unbundle the curation engine from the underlying system that is there. So that experiment, not happening in the government sector but happening in the private sector with the largest social media platform in India called Glance or from InMobi, is taking place alongside a Western country at the same time. And it's simply called Bring Your Own Curation Engine, BYOCE. That is essential for trust. Otherwise, how can you trust the AI? You don't know it's working for you or working for somebody else. So this is concept number 1. The concept number 2 that comes in governance, which was brought out by the Honorable Secretary here, is what happens with respect to regulation. If, for example, there was a data that was used from country A to train a model in country B, the application was in country C, and I was in country D who was affected by it because I got a deep fake from the application. As you said, who establishes the liability chain across the countries, right? And you can be sure most of the AI will cross country boundaries. So the concept of liability chain is an Indian concept, you know, because the biggest and the most used liability chain in the world is our GST liability chain. Because our GST system and number of transactions is not based on monthly settlements, is not even based on invoices, is actually based on line items of invoices. We are able to trace liability chain at a scale that has not been done anywhere else in the world. But that's been done for tax liability. We have to use it for a different type of liability, which is for AI purpose. So now, that's the second concept. The third concept, which has already been mentioned by the Honorable Secretary, is techno-legal. I embarrass many people here. I know whether you will humor me here. How many of you have a license without doing a driving test? Come on, don't be shy. See, some hands are going up. Usually 30% of the hands going up. In India, you can make whatever rule you want. Do you think that rule becomes the reality on the ground? No. So India has had to invent a new way of enforcing the practice on the ground, and that is what our secretary mentioned as techno-legal regulation. So if we have to make any kind of rules that we have talked about, if we have to make sure they land on the ground and they're actually followed, we will have to use techno-legal regulation to make that happen. Right? So I could kind of go on and on. I've covered how many of them so far? Has anybody been keeping track? Huh? All right. So how many of them are new and how many of them are old? Techno-legal is the old one. And there is another old one, which is relatively new, but it is not very well understood, is in the area that Deepak ji is involved in. Account aggregator, which is the predecessor for this, a new approach has been taken, which is also being applied to health, which is saying that if we have to do good governance, we have to get the market to self-regulate. We have to do, of course, the law that has to, and rules the government has to regulate. And the third is that if there is public technology that has to conform to the same type of regulation, techno-legal regulation, they must take the cues from the same normative principles that have been set in place. So the only two places where we have publicly as a country set out those normative principles are one in the account aggregator. Hopefully they will also come in the DPDP rules. I'm looking at you because I'm hoping we'll cascade this into that. And second is in the area of health stack, where there's a published paper which sets down the 10 normative principles for health stack. And so that's the third. Why? Because we are saying if it is an old model, which is that you can, the regulator will ensure nuclear thing is used safely, is not going to work for AI. It's not going to work for many of the new technologies that we are talking about. And the final one that I'll leave with you is that the biggest issue of safety, apart from labeling and testing, is actually to do with distraction. While AI may make a teacher a super teacher, it will also make a student who gets distracted by games or pornography or things like that a fully dud student. And so if we have to secure, we are the country with the largest number of young people in the world. And so if we have to safeguard them from the destructive potential of AI, then we need to create a playground for young people which is different from the playground for grown-up people. And if we have to do that, we have to be able to recognize a young person for age purposes, which is already part of the DPDP Act. Can we do that with technology? And the answer to that is called yes, and that is age tokens. Now the question is, we have the technology to do it in Aadhaar, but today, unfortunately, it appears that out of the 22 countries using MOSIP, 3 of them may be sooner off the block in using age tokens based on our digital identity platform than what we may end up doing in India. So we have huge challenges. We have 5 concepts to offer to the world in this area of governance. We have to make sure we do that. What we've done with DPI is to make them go mainstream. We have to first apply them in India in a sensible fashion. If we do that, I think the world will take the cue and follow that as well. Thank you so much.
So, we have to be very mindful of the time. So, before we close, Professor Ravi, Mr. Goswami, and Mr. Goyal, I think Mr. Sharma has been very elaborate. He brought out many of these issues regarding trust and other things. And I think one thing that resonated most with the Indian way of doing this. So, sir, what do you think? How can we achieve some of these safety trust principles from an Indian way of achieving things?
So before I answer your question, I actually want to call back to something that Urvashi said earlier. Yes. So thank you, Urvashi, for joining this panel and saving us from becoming a manel. So I need to say that. But in India, I mean, that's the norm, right? But so let's try to break it. So, I mean, there are a lot of complicated issues that Mr. Sharad brought out, right? So there are no easy answers to these questions, right? So there's like a uniquely Indian way of doing it. Well, we live with it, right? So I mean, like you said, 30% of the people don't have a driving test to get a license. So that somehow we still make that work. So I don't think that's the right thing to do with something as critical as AI, right? And having said that, so if 30% of the people are driving without license, it's fine because they have learned their skills, right? They are not running over people. Not because they don't have a license, they're still running over people for other reasons, but the point is, this cannot be something that's universally done. It has to be very, very sector specific, right? So which are the sectors where we are going to enforce the regulations more clearly, and which are the sectors where we are happy to live with certain amounts of deviations from the regulation is something that we have to evolve, think through, and that's kind of the Indian way of doing things.
Mr. Goswami and Goyal, anything to add to what we discussed? Very briefly, because I'm told to close the session, which I am hesitant to do, considering the level of conversation we are having.
So I think one thing is true. We should be very careful about following a siren call, right? And maybe I'm going to be a little frank. It's easy to look at the EU as a golden benchmark standard, right? Because they're out there, they do a lot of work, they put in a lot of effort, they do something very comprehensive, but it's for their circumstances. It's not for our social and economic circumstances. And we took and I know this because I sat inside the ministry for 1 long year on the DPDP Act, working with the ministry every day. There was a very conscious policy call not to go that route and not to mimic the EU's GDPR. And it was the right call. That was the right call. And that is the kind of thing that is going to help move things forward competitively for us. And nor should we put up a false binary. I just want to add this. Sometimes we talk about innovation on the one side and protection on the other. This is a false binary, because innovation can also be promoted through regulation. UPI and all of that is coming, and on the back of that we're getting UPI 1, 2, 3 pay and all of this. How is this coming? It's coming through regulatory sandboxes from the regulators. So if regulation is done right, it can be a tremendous driver of innovation. I think we have, again, a lot of things to play for.
Anything to add, Mr. Goyal, over to you from a regulatory point of view.
Just 2 points. We need to have technology, highly advanced technology, but with safe, ethical, and responsible AI. These 2 things may be looking like a contrary things, but we need to take that path only. Just to supplement the societal benefits that we are looking into through the use of either DPI, through the health, through, say, agriculture, means we are just looking at the DG agriculture health stack. So I think this is the way we need to put our foot forward. And just one more point, means we have been meeting people who say we are doing reg tax. Reg tax is basically an advanced type of sandboxing. Means, to those companies who are working, they should do real type of regulatory technology, try to establish high end of regulatory technology sandboxes. That would basically help the industry as well and the people who are going to be the ultimate beneficiary of those things. Thank you. Thank you, Jibu.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Sangvi, you have something to add?
I think we were talking about the inclusive AI and how can we include everyone, in the entire global south in this conversation. But one of the astonishing fact which came to light yesterday, I mean, not yesterday, but it was there, in fact, was not known that a huge number of countries are not part of any discussion on AI. And can you guess the number of countries who are not part of this discussion at all? There are astonishingly 119 countries. And that is something I think we need to look into. And the GPI has made a beginning in this context by having a conversation with Global South. There's a meeting scheduled tomorrow where we will have participation of the Global South. And I think that's something very, very important, a need of hour that we involve everyone in this. Otherwise, it's going to be disastrous for everyone. So I think we need to include everyone in this journey of harnessing the benefits of AI for the global good.
Thank you. And before closing, Urvashi, are you there? I would like to leave the closing remarks to you if you want anything to add to, since you are the original moderator meant for this panel. Anything if you want to add for final words?
No, I think we're well past the clock, so I think I'll just reiterate something that was said earlier. I don't think we should think of regulation and innovation as binary things. I think regulation can drive good innovation. The role of regulation is in fact to create markets for innovation, to create markets for beneficial innovation. I think we have plenty of examples of that already. The advances we've made in innovation around electric vehicles is a very good example. Strong regulation created a market for it and drove adoption. So I think that's what we should be focusing on. What is the positive outcomes that we want from the introduction of AI technologies, and what role can regulation play in creating the markets and creating the incentives for realizing AI in the public interest. Thanks, Jibu.
Thank you very much, Urvashi. And thank you, everyone. Thank you, Secretary Sir, Sangvi, Mr. Curtis, Ravi, Professor Sharma, Professor Mr. Goyal, and Mr. Goswami for a wonderful, very stimulating discussion, and I wish we had more time. So for questions, we can all catch up afterwards, and thank you very much for everyone for joining this.
Thank you. Thank you to our esteemed panelists and audience member. Your thoughts and questions enriched our discussion. Also, special thank you to Dr. Aneja, who was kind enough to join us virtually. I will now request Mrs. Kavita Bhatia, Group Coordinator, AI and Emerging Tech Division and IndiaAI Mission, to kindly join me in warmly felicitating our speakers and panelists. Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Jibu Ilyas. Shri Mahavir Singhvi. Mr. Tim Curtis. Dr. Balaram Ravindran. Mr. Sharad Sharma. Mr. Deepak Goyal. Mr. Arjun Goswami. Thank you everyone for joining us. I'll request our panelists to kindly stay back for quick media interaction.